attention. Just some housekeeping business. Again, anyone who is here from the public who wishes to address the body, please, to your left, see the clerk. Madam Clerk, raise your hand, stand up over there. There's a sheet you must sign out, fill out, and then you will be given an opportunity to speak to the body when recognized. To all members in attendance, and we're waiting for the director to come on over. I want to make sure that everybody has in their possession, there are handouts in front, should be in front of you. If you do not have a handout, please let us know. Information that was put together by council staff. And so the director is on his way. He just talked to me, so we'll wait till he arrives. Public Safety Committee from Cleveland City Council come to order. Madam Clerk, do we have a quorum? Thank you, Madam Clerk. And again, as I indicated earlier, anyone from the public wishing to testify, please see the clerk, and there's a sheet you must sign up and utilize to be recognized. The rules of engagement today are all members we're going to start out with 10 minutes each asking questions, and then again, as members have additional questions, they will be put back on the list because I'm sure that there are a lot of issues or questions members might have. I want to thank all in attendance. I want to thank my colleagues. I know everyone has had an extremely busy summer with community engagement, with issues taking place in your communities. I know from my discussions with the council president and members, this has been maybe one of the busiest summers that we've had in my memory anyway, with the things taking place in our neighborhoods. And would someone please close the doors in the back? Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chief. So again, I want to thank all my colleagues. I want to thank members of the administration who are here. So, but before I get into the actual engagement here, because there's someone here who wanted to come to the table to address the body. Last Friday, I attended a funeral of Pierre Delante Davis Jr., 17-year-old young man who was shot and killed in a, best to describe as a gun battle on the northeast side of the city. And I happen to know his great-grandfather on a personal level. We've been longtime friends. Sometimes we've walked our dogs together in the park. And I can't say enough good things about Grandpa. Just an outstanding gentleman, community leader. But standing there on Friday next to that coffin, looking at another 17-year-old young man who was gunned down, I asked the question, what could this young man have become? What were his possibilities? And again, to my colleagues, I've stood beside too many coffins in my time, and I guess I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of seeing the violence that is impacting our neighborhood. So at this time, because he's asked to address the body, I'm going to ask John Harrison to come to the table, the great-grandfather of Pierre. John, please come to the table. The microphone is here for you. It's already on the screen. It's on. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
It's been a long time since I've been here. And I'm ready to go home, too. Let me very briefly thank you very much for continuing working with us in Ward 8. I don't think people understand some of the kinds of things we've been trying to do, some of the futuristic plans that you have for Ward 8 with support of council. I will be very, very brief. I won't be like my dad, who's a preacher, that says, and in closing, and 30 minutes later, start to close, okay? So let me just share with you what's on my mind. I've had a number of people talk to me about, oh, your grandson got killed. That's not what I'm here for. Let me tell you why I'm here. I went to sleep. In 2014, Congresswoman Marsha Fudge charged me with putting together the SAC. SAC was Student Advisory Council, the only one that Congress was looking at. There are 21 municipal districts, educational districts, in Congressional District 11. And so we got 2 people across the congressional district. Took them down to Nottingham Library, and they were seniors and they were juniors. Closed the door and asked all adults to leave and asked one question: who do you trust? And out of 360 people, it came back nobody. So when you hear me say I slept, I think I had done my duty. But there was no structure for following up when 360 young people say nobody. So this has nothing to do with looking at what others do. It has something to do with what I stand for and what my standards are and what I believe that can happen to my city and what I know could happen to my city about the quality of life. I will share with you, because I'm a very candid person, everybody obeyed the rules that day. One young lady held her hand up with 2 of her friends next to her. Never forget her. She said, "I need to say something." And Congresswoman Fudge said, "What is it?" She said, "I was raped in my family. Nobody believes me. That's why I have my 2 friends here." "Did you turn it in?" "No, I was afraid." I say that for the simple reason that our children don't believe we can protect them. We don't know in our schools whether we have security to hold them in or security to keep them out. That's not fair to the children that we're supposed to be serving. They honestly do not believe that we can protect them. I'm a country boy. I had no doubt in my mind that my uncles, my dad, my family would protect me. So when I tell you that I slept 2014, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22 on it. Now maybe some of you are wide awake, but some of you are asleep. You sleep because there's not one kid in this room, and you're having a conversation about juvenile crime. You sleep because we don't have a nucleus of people that we can protect as they tell us what their stories really are. I'm not pointing a finger at anybody. I'm pointing a finger at myself. I went to sleep for a while. But Stephanie, as they say down south, let sleeping dogs lie. It's time to wake up. Our children do not believe us. We have no believability. I don't know if the transcript is still available for these young people, but the stories that I heard that day, I got in my car, went back to the office, and I slept. As they were crying out, "Help me, help myself." So I didn't come down here to do anything other than tell you, no matter what you may do, wake up. Talk to the people that this affects, and you know exactly who they are. You know exactly who they are. When you're walking the streets of your wards, you know exactly who they are. When you know where the dope house is, you know exactly who they are. Okay? Wake up and have a conversation with these folks, because everybody from Cleveland ain't bad. Okay? And putting a label on these kids like this when they're afraid to even move, especially at night, is not fair to them. Okay? Yeah, I'm here for my grandson because I went to sleep. I ain't sleep now, okay? Whatever you think that I can do, I will do. I have to tell you one thing that's negative. That same day, we had 360 people, lunch and all. There was not one incident. They're worried about Collinwood getting with Get Academy and all of that. Nothing happened, people. You didn't read about it in the Plain Dealer, you didn't see it on the news. They were honest and to the point. Before I could get back to my office, I got a nasty phone call. What are you talking about? One of our local elected officials had a camera in the lapel and put some of those kids' dialogue on the cotton picking website. So all that believability that we have established went out the door because somebody wanted to be a star. That's not fair to these kids. The mama called me, and it was the child that said, I've been raped. If you're going to be believable, walk the walk and talk the talk. That's all I ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, John. And on behalf of the council, again, I wish to express our deepest sympathy on the loss of Pierre and the impact it had on your family. And I appreciate your engagement in our community, not just today, but over the years, what you've done in the various capacities that you've held in working for congresspeople, NASA, and now in your retirement. But you're really not retired from what I can see. You're still heavily engaged. So again, thank you for coming to the table. I appreciate it. God
Thank you
bless
for
you.
the opportunity. I do appreciate it.
God bless you, my
Thank
friend. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank again my colleagues for being here today, all my colleagues. I want to thank members of the administration, the director, and I'm going to read an opening statement, and then we will proceed with the director, Director Kerry Howard. I want to thank again the members of the administration, Director Howard, staff members of Cleveland Department of Public Safety, the Chief of Police, Wayne Drummond, Chief of Staff for the Ohio State Department of Public Safety, Ben Suver, I hope they pronounced that right, Suver, who is here on behalf of the governor, Sonia Pryor-Jones, Chief of Youth and Family Success, Angela Shute-Woodson, Director of Community Relations, and anyone who is else here in attendance. Today, we're hoping to hear what the administration's plan of action is to address the rise in crime and gun-related violence, which is gripping our city's neighborhoods, including downtown. I don't have to tell any of my colleagues, for they are dealing with this every day. The severity of the crime and violence in their neighborhoods, from the Lake to Mount Pleasant, to Lee Harvard, Slavic Village, and Old Brooklyn, from Collinwood west to Edgewater, Jefferson, and West Park and beyond, we've all experienced crime and a total disregard for public health and safety. Last month alone, it has been unbelievable in the 5th District on the Northeast Side. In my 13 terms in public office, I've never experienced a level of violence and disregard for the health and welfare of our citizens. Open gun battles, fleets of stolen cars, young men waving guns, beatings of innocent individuals, parks being taken over, and unfortunately the injury and death of young teenage men and women, which has become the new norm, unfortunately, in our city. Personally speaking, I was born in Glenville and raised on Collinwood. It was the United Nations of old school gangsters in the day. However, I had to worry about my mother, who raised us as a single parent, my sisters, my little brother walking our streets, going to a park, or getting on the #1 St. Clair bus. It never entered my mind about being a potential victim of crime or act of violence. I would get on my bike and ride down St. Clair to my grandparents' house in Glenville and never give a second thought. When I was attending Collinwood High School, I never gave a second thought about being a victim of crime as well. If this job taught me anything, it's to listen not only to my residents, but to the residents citywide. This is why I'm that's why I am hearing today, along with my colleagues, from our constituents, which is disturbing to all of us. And this is what we're hearing from our constituents. I'm afraid to sit on my front porch. I cannot sleep at night because of the neighbors from hell are blasting their music, partying all night, and shoot off fireworks and guns. I'm afraid to go to a local store or gas station for fear of being robbed or carjacked. I'm afraid to go into church on Sunday or Bible study on Wednesday night for fear of being a victim of some young men stealing my car. My adult children won't let my grandkids come over for fear that something could happen to them. I've had to buy a gun because I don't feel safe in my neighborhood or my home. Why aren't the police enforcing the nighttime curfew laws? Why are the parents not being held accountable for their children? Why aren't the nuisance laws being enforced? I hope you get the point. This is being heard from one neighborhood to another across the city. Ladies and gentlemen, this is no way to live. In fact, it's not living, it's just existing. For all of us who are in attendance today, the council has given the administration everything they've requested from us during the budget process and forward. All of you have in your possession a handout. In the handout, you will see what legislation council has passed, and I want to thank staff for putting this together. And this has been passed since January 2022 to date, totaling over $145 million to deal with public safety issues and requests, not counting the city general fund budget dollar amount. Council's passed millions of dollars for violence prevention and reduction initiatives, and yet crime continues to increase substantially. Council allocated funds to hire an additional 180 police officers this year alone, and yet only a fraction of those have been hired to date. At this point, we are under 1923 levels in the division of police. No one alive today in this city has ever experienced this depletion in our safety forces. Council has waited 16 months, my brothers and sisters, for a massive hiring and recruitment plan to backfill the needed positions within CPD. And as of today, almost at the end of summer season, we're still waiting for that initiative to be launched. So at this point, I hope you can understand the frustration level of members of City Council with regard to crime and violence in their neighborhoods. I wanted to reiterate to all that under the charter and rules of council, Cleveland City Council, including the council president, Blaine Griffin, cannot hire, fire, deploy, nor administer. That's clearly under the domain of Mayor Bibb, his chiefs, his directors, and command staff. However, it is the members of council who are being besieged with complaints and the reality of crime, of violence in their respective communities. What I have learned repeatedly, and what a former chief of police reinforced to me just recently, is that law enforcement starts with traffic enforcement. All of us sitting here today know that there are certain communities and suburbs that you do not speed through because of police patrols, visibility, and enforcement. They set the tone as you enter their municipalities. That is why I'm so appreciative today that the Chief of Staff of the State of Ohio Department of Public Safety is here with us today, and I want to thank the Governor DeWine, for his direct response to my plea for help in the city with traffic enforcement and patrols from OHB, excuse me. That is where public safety begins, in the street with visibility. Finally, let me say, as I've said on numerous occasions, so there's nothing new here. The president of Cleveland City Council, Blaine Griffin, and all members of the Cleveland City Council are here to help and work with Mayor Bibb, Safety Director Howard, Chief of Police Wayne Drummond, along with our law enforcement partners to take back our streets and neighborhoods. However, we cannot do it alone. We need real partners, beginning with our citizens and constituents. The old saying goes, if you see something, say something. Stand up and be counted. Become a stakeholder on your street and in your neighborhood. This is to all parents and guardians out there. Be responsible for your children, especially teenage children. To see children as young as 12 years old running the streets in the middle of the night raises the obvious questions. Where in the hell are the parents and guardians? The larger question is, why aren't the parents and guardians being held responsible for contributing to the delinquency of a minor? We've all had to reset our priorities in this county. We have to reset our priorities in this county. For as an elderly black constituent in Glenville said to me yesterday when I was putting this presentation together, when complaining about the chaos on her street on Maple Avenue in East Glenville. She cannot get excited about spending millions for downtown lakefront development when her grandkids can't even come out and play in her front yard for fear of being victimized. So with that, we hope to hear again from the Safety Director, Chief Drummond, and members of the administration what the game plan is moving forward. At this time, I'm going to ask the Safety Director to open up, and I'm also going to ask Ben, would you please come to the table as well, representing the Governor's Office and the Ohio Department of Public Safety. Thank you. Director?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to give my condolences to Mr. Harrison and his family. Our hearts break for him and for every family that loses someone to this senseless gun violence that we see in this city. And thank you for convening this. I'll ask for some latitude. I do have the opening remarks that addresses much of what we're going to discuss today.
Okay. I can't hear.
Is that better? Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Got you.
Director.
Thank you.
And as soon as we're through your opening remarks, I'm going to call upon the representative governor.
Thank you. Through the chair, public safety, we say it often, public safety is reactive. Public safety is reactive to significant failures in things like education, economic development, mental health, and we're seeing the result of those failures on our streets at an alarming rate. This year, we've seen rise in gun-related violence that gives us all alarm. The demand for police response is extremely high, and this is a critical issue for jurisdictions across the country, and Cleveland is not immune. Like jurisdictions across the country, recruitment and retention also continues to be challenging. Members of the community and members of this body have asked about our plan, and I assure you that the Department of Public Safety Division of Police has never been without a plan. While our plans to meet violence, to meet violent crime, has been fluid to adjust to what we're seeing on the streets, we have always had a plan. Most recently, we have put forth the RISE initiative. The administration rolled out the RISE initiative almost 3 weeks ago, and it's an extremely extensive plan, one of the most extensive plans I think that anyone has ever reviewed.
Director, just that also, the RISE, everybody has a copy of RISE on their desk. Thank you.
The plan is a portfolio that includes strategic investments in law enforcement, strengthening regional partnerships, deploying aggressive enforcement tactics, and incorporating technology and data to improve public safety. The administration is utilizing this plan as a framework when making decisions every single day, with the hope, through this dedicated, all-encompassing approach, to decrease heightened crime levels to make our residents and visitors safer. RISE includes a combination of new, innovative strategies integrated with multiple efforts that have already been underway. In short, we're looking to invest in our officers by increasing police pay, working together with union leadership, examining recruitment and retention incentives, examining recruitment issues and developing a plan to address them, and establishing a neighborhood safety fund to address the root cause of violence before it occurs, which Chief Pryor-Jones will discuss later. Strengthening all of our partnerships. That means locally with the mayors and police chiefs from the suburbs, in our county, the state level, and working with the governor's office, all the way up to the federal levels, collaborating with the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals, and the U.S. Attorney's Office. These partnerships are very important to us. Mayor Bibb acted right after the shooting that happened on West 6th Street, and he called the governor. He called the governor to let him know of our situation, and we got a response. We're looking at aggressive enforcement through strategic violence reduction tactics, like targeting hotspots, expanding curfew enforcement, fast-tracking gun cases, warrant sweeps, and coordinated intelligence efforts to combat gang activity, drug crimes, and fugitive apprehension. Integrating technology and data into public safety efforts by hiring crime analysts, rolling out ShotSpot at all 5 districts, and expanding our camera sharing program, SafeSmart CLE. The city implemented Fusus, a cloud-based video sharing initiative which allows for public and private entities to share video feeds with the city. Video surveillance cameras, the city has integrated CAD, AVL, ShotSpotter, body-worn cameras, mobile phone live streams into Fusus, which provides first responders with one unified command tool. The city has worked with public and private partners to bring the video feeds from Steelyard Commons, Western Reserve Hospice, Langston Commons Apartments, RTA, Cleveland State University, and 33 CMSD schools to date. The city is currently working with the Flats, East Banks, and other businesses for expansion of the FUSIS program. The city is currently providing the core device, which allows for video sharing for free to public and private partners who choose to be early adopters of the program. Last year, we increased pay by 11% for officers, the biggest jump in modern history, and we're not done yet. We announced the city's first ever public safety summit. We have made progress in those conversations with union leadership. We continue to engage with them in discussions focusing on ways in which we can jointly improve retention, recruitment, and deployment. We look forward to this continued dialogue, the summit later this month. And then we contracted with the local marketing firm, and that has been signed. And they have begun moving forward towards the development of a strategy and campaign to help improve police recruitment and retention. This is in addition, this is part of the plan that was given to council ahead of budget hearings this year. The Division of Police, through Chief Drummond, has a great relationship with Ohio State Highway Patrol, which proved fruitful when they committed to offering their help earlier this summer through the end of this month. And Mayor Bibb contacted the governor again directly, which was a huge piece of securing that partnership. We have also seen a commitment this week from the Sheriff's Office, with retired Deputy Chief Pertel taking on the mantle of Coward County Sheriff, and his relationship with Chief Drummond. You're going to see increased sheriff involvement in keeping the city safe. There are many examples to cite, but a few today on the front end in terms of arrest and crime. We've just seen last week a dozen juveniles charged with violent crimes committed in Northeast neighborhoods. Responding officers showed no fear when going into the basement of a residence to make these arrests. Investigations remain ongoing to see if they're connected to these crimes. Now, that is an example of the RISE initiative. We saw a mass shooting in our largest entertainment district several weeks ago. There was a rapid response by the Division of Police. The sheriff's deputies arrived. Detectives worked quickly, and once again, with a great partnership with the U.S. Marshals and a private citizen, an arrest was made approximately 60 hours later. Our homicide clearance rate is above 70% for the past 3 years, which is significantly higher than most recent FBI stats, which show a national average of approximately 60%. And then in June, we saw a man who was sentenced to 376 years to prison. This individual was committing a violent rampage of carjackings and rape against multiple women. That's great detective work there. The city is committed to holding Kia and Hyundai accountable for their role in these levels of crime that we are seeing, because these are the cars that are being targeted. We filed a federal lawsuit against both their failure to install standard anti-theft technology, and that has contributed to a drastic increase in stolen vehicles we are seeing, many of which are used to commit other crimes throughout the city. Then we have the expansion of ShotSpotter to all 5 districts in May, which is already led to 6 lives being saved, 25 guns being recovered, and 23 arrests at the time of the shooting alert. That's a rapid response, especially when citizens don't call. Expansion of SafeSmart CLE camera sharing program was announced early last month, and our efforts led to the number of residents registering their home cameras more than doubled, and we now have over 150 involved. We have speed tables across 10 locations in our pilot program, which was launched last summer. Average speeds are down 7.8 miles per hour after installation. Over 77% of survey respondents indicated support for these speed tables across the city. Year-end traffic fatalities in Cleveland for 2022 was 45 compared to 74 in 2021. We are continuing the hiring process for 5 qualified analysts, 1 for each district, a critical tool for intelligent and critical policing. I want to make sure that this body is aware. The men and women of the Division of Police, we are short, we are being taxed, but these men and women are working very hard, and we give them a plan. Chief Drummond's leadership provides adjustments in that plan when necessary. This RISE initiative is not a plan proposed while there was no plan. This was a significant adjustment after significant and detailed conversation between myself, Chief Drummond, and the mayor and the community about what is needed to make this city safe. The RISE initiative just, recently released, and the mayor, Councilman Joe Jones, said it yesterday. The mayor's been here 18 months. The innovative ideas, the changes that need to happen, this is an issue that experts will tell you was coming. It was compounded by COVID, and we are making the adjustments that are necessary to lead to increased police staffing and a reduction in crime. And you're going to continue to see developments on the street level as this plan continues to unfold. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Director, for your presentation. At this time, I'm going to call upon Benjamin Suver, who is here representing the Governor's Office, Department of Public Safety, Chief of Staff. And I had personally reached out to the Governor some time ago about the issue of getting the Ohio Highway Patrol in Cleveland, especially as it pertains to traffic enforcement and helping CPD, augment CPD services in the city of Cleveland. So again, I want to say welcome to the table, and the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Council, for having me here today. Our commitment to Cleveland is strong. The governor has spent his professional career looking at public safety and finding ways to improve public safety. In fact, of the ARPA dollars, over $250 million was through the support of the General Assembly of the state committed to this area. The Department of Public Safety is that sort of outlet that executes that through the Ohio State Highway Patrol, through the Ohio Narcotics Intelligence Center, through the Office of Criminal Justice Services. The commitment through the governor, we have, since he came into office, there's about $23 million that have been invested in Cuyahoga County and the city of Cleveland through grant offerings, both ARPA and other state and federal grants. The State Highway Patrol has had a long history of supporting Cleveland Division of Police, but with Chief Drummond, we're even more closer together, working closer together. As the director said, there is an initiative that will continue where we surge in resources of the Ohio State Highway Patrol to include our aviation section, which I think when, Chair, to your point about traffic safety, we know many of these individuals that are carrying weapons and that are attempted to be stopped don't always stop. And one of the best ways we can protect the public to that person that we're looking into, as well as law enforcement, is to use our aviation assets and to stay above and allow law enforcement to back off and to pursue those individuals safely, find their destination, and then stop them and secure them in a way that does not affect public safety. So that, along with the Ohio Narcotics Intelligence Center, our analyst, it was started by the governor in 2019. We have crime analysts that are positioned in Independence, Ohio. We have 4 locations across the state, but one of them's in Independence. They work with agencies to include the Cleveland Division of Police currently, but the governor asked the General Assembly in this last budget to increase their dollars to support drug-related violence, and so we will be onboarding those staff, and those individuals are at the will of the Cleveland Division of Police when called upon. When the chief has asked us to get involved, when the director has asked us involved, or we've had meetings, we've been there to support them, and their asks have generally been granted, and we think it's a great partnership that we have. We're committed to that. As you and the council and the chief and the mayor, the director see new initiatives, new ways that we can support you, we will take those under advisement and likely support them. This is a home rule state, and the governor believes that the best thing we can do at the state level is to listen to the local communities, because each community is different in what their needs are, and then evaluate what resources we have at the state to support local government.
And again, thank you for being. Do you have any indication as how many officers, units will be assigned to the city to really initiate this crackdown?
I don't have that in front of me, but we would be happy to provide you and the council of those numbers.
Yeah.
But it is a number, there's obviously a number of posts in a district in this area that have troopers that already work this area. However, we bring in additional resources to include our specialty units, to include aviation. But I would say, it's 10s, 20s, 30s, depending on what the initiative is of that particular day.
Because all of us at our neighborhood meetings are hearing about the how important traffic enforcement is and the lack of traffic enforcement in our neighborhoods. And that's why we're all hoping that with the presence of the Ohio Highway Patrol, Cleveland police officers can be then freed up to do additional things in our neighborhoods. And your folks can concentrate on those traffic issues. And as you've indicated in the past, what we've seen is apprehension of outstanding warrants, contraband, guns, drugs, et cetera, in those vehicles that have been stopped by the OHP.
And just in the past years, we've taken hundreds of guns off the street through these initiatives with the Cleveland Division of Police. So it's been very successful.
Thank you. I would ask you to stay around if you can. The director has a presentation, and at some point we're going to call up to the table Sonia Pryor-Jones and Angela Woodson. So with your presentation, are you going to be able to touch upon the actual deployment numbers in our districts? Because that's the concern, that's the growing concern of visibility in our neighborhoods.
Understood, Chair. Chair, I know that Chief Drummond wanted to make some remarks.
Okay.
And Chief Drummond will also be able to address that deployment
Chief,
question.
go ahead.
Good morning, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, council members. I'd like to introduce my staff that's here as well and sitting in the back. We have Deputy Chief Sammy Morris. Deputy Chief Sammy Morris is...
Stand up, everybody, when you're called upon so we can see you.
Deputy Chief Sammy Morris is in charge of field operations, solid districts, community relations, as well as the Bureau of Traffic. We also have Deputy Chief Annie Todd. She's the Chief of Staff. Also, newly appointed Deputy Chief Ali Pillow. Please stand. He's in charge of our Homeland Special Operations. It's basically all of our specialty units, homicide, SWAT, and so forth. We also have Deputy Chief Danny Fay. He's in charge of our administrative operations. That's our academy and others in the support sections. We also have Commander Robert Tucker. He's in charge of the district that we're currently in, which is D3. Just want to identify them and recognize them and their hard work and dedication for the Division of Police and the citizens of our great community. Thanks, Chair and council members, for giving me the opportunity to say a few things before I get into the presentation. The men and women of the Division of Police are working tirelessly to keep our city safe. So I want to thank them. They work long hours, putting their lives on the line for what we can sometimes say is a thankless job. However, they still come to work day in and day out without fail to serve our community without complaint. For their dedication and hard work, I say thank you. The Cleveland community, the safety of the Cleveland community is my #1 priority. It's #1 priority for the Director of Public Safety, Kerry Howard, who's sitting to my right, and also the Mayor of this city, Justin Bibb. As was mentioned before, we do have a plan in place. We've had plans in place. We've been operating the plan and putting the plan in place, but the Mayor recently announced the RISE initiative, which is raising an investment in safety for everyone. And in that particular plan, which is in place and active, is investing in our law enforcement officers, our police officers here in the city of Cleveland, and increasing their pay, increasing retention bonuses, things of that particular nature. I can't get into all the particulars because as we speak now, the city is in negotiation with the unions and so forth, so I can't get into all the particulars, but that's currently going on as we speak right now, has been going on. Part of that is negotiating with, obviously, with the unions to, again, work on the things that we're talking about, which is increasing the pay for our officers and our retention of the officers that we currently have. part of the initiative, too, is aggressive enforcement. With aggressive enforcement, it includes our collaboration with our partners. Just a couple of Fridays ago, myself, Director Howard, Assistant Director Jakeem Adai, we met at the Strike Force building, which is here in our city in Old Brooklyn area, and we met with the vast majority of our partners. That's from the Ohio Highways Patrol, which is a tremendous partnership we have with them, and we've had for many years. The FBI, ATF, DEA, Homeland Security, the U.S. Marshal Service, tremendous partnership with them, U.S. Attorney's Office, County Prosecutor's Office, and I'm probably leaving a few out as well. I do apologize. Ohio Investigative Unit, which falls under the Highway Patrol as well. We all met collaboratively, we talked, and I asked, and we asked for their continued collaboration, partnership, and one of the other asks from me was sustained enforcement. And what do I mean by that? We have details on a regular basis with our partners, but what I needed and what I asked and what I requested was to have sustained enforcement. That means that to continue to hit those hot spots, not a blanket approach, but to hit the hot spots on a sustained enforcement basis. ATF, if I didn't mention before, has plans underway, and I can't get into the particulars, into some of those hot spots that we're talking about, and we've broken those down further in what we call microgrids. That's hotspot areas, and then we break those down even further. And the commitment from all those entities, all those partners, were to continue to hit those spots hard, target individuals that are creating most of the havoc in those areas, and remove them from those particular hotspot microgrid areas. Those are some of the collaborations and the commitment that I received from those partners. Talking with the Ohio State Highway Patrol, they committed their air assets, and I appreciate that as well. HSI committed their air assets as well to assist us in our efforts to, again, bring some calm to our community. So I'm very appreciative of the partnerships that we had. The director has mentioned that, and I'm going to repeat some of the things the director mentioned because I think it bears repeating, of our partnerships and our collaborations and so forth, and the Mayor's Rise initiative. And because of that and the collaborations that we've had, we've been able to make, I think, some significant strides. Part of that is during the mass shooting, as mentioned before, because of our partnerships, our collaborations, and so forth. As the director already articulated, within 60 hours, we had that person arrested. And I think that's significant from the hard work of the men and women of the Division of Police, and more specifically assigned to District 3 and the detectives assigned to District 3 and their hard work to identify the shooters, and then working in conjunction, in collaboration, and partnership with the U.S. Marshal Service. We had that individual arrested and subsequently arrested 2 more people involved in that particular incident. And because of this RISE initiative, again, our partnership, as already explained by Director Howard, we arrested 12 juveniles very recently who were involved in very heinous crimes. As a matter of fact, one of the 12 individuals that had a warrant out for homicide that we were able to take off the street. One of the individuals that we arrested of the 12 had was recovering from what we believe are gunshot wounds, at least one gunshot wound that he didn't go to the hospital for. Well, we believe that he was involved in some shootings around the northeast area, more specifically in the North Collinwood area, that the council chair has have been talking about. We believe the arrest of those 12 juveniles will have a significant impact, we believe, in reducing some of the violence in the northeast section of our city, because we know they're involved in quite a bit of the homicides. Coupled with that same night when the 12 juveniles were arrested, our officers in the 5th District arrested 2 additional juveniles for being in a stolen Kia. And as everyone's aware at this table, our numbers relative to auto thefts are skyrocketed, especially for Kias and Hondas. These 2 individuals arrested was involved in a crash. They bailed from the vehicle and subsequently was arrested by our officers in the 5th District. So that particular night, and we arrested upwards of 15 juveniles, ranging from age 12 to 17. 12 to 17, and that should shock you folks when you hear that. We're talking about 12-year-olds out there committing some very heinous acts. One of them was a 12-year-old girl, a baby, I would say, that's involved in that. So our officers are dedicated to turning the tide and making a difference. But I can tell you unequivocally, we can't do it alone. It requires dealing with the root causes. The Division of Police, and my officers, and us, we're dealing with the symptoms. We have to deal with the root causes, and that's why they'll be glad when or Angela Woodson and Chief Pryor Jones gets here so they can talk about some of those things that they're doing, because again, we're talking about dealing with the root causes of some of these things. The investment includes all the things that the director talked about. Getting more analysts. It's important to repeat that. Getting more analysts. With the administration, we're going to be able to hire 5 additional analysts, and that's important because those analysts will be assigned to the 5 neighborhood districts, coupled with the analysts that we have already assigned downtown, to be able to, again, pinpoint the areas that we have problems, and then the district commanders will be able to send those resources to those particular areas, as we call them, the microgrid areas, for focused patrols and enhanced patrols in those particular areas. Coupled with our partnerships with the Ohio State Highway Patrol, our aggressive traffic enforcement efforts. And I have to say that our officers in the districts, and as well as our traffic units, they've increased their traffic enforcement, sitting down with the mayor as well as Director Howard on a regular basis. One of the things I stressed was to increase our capacity relative to traffic enforcement, and we've done that. We'll continue to do that. Hiring the 5 analysts will assist us. We have the Real-Time Crime Center, as everyone's aware of here. They react in real time, as stated, to provide information and intelligence to our officers on the ground in real time to make arrests. Been very successful. We have the expansion based on our technology of the ShotSpotter gunshot detection technology in all 5 neighborhood districts. And I have to repeat again that it saves 6 lives we've known since the expansion into the 5 neighborhood districts. And those lives were saved because the officers received those particular alerts, responded to those areas, and were able to administer life-saving measures until EMS or fire arrived. And it's also important to note during those particular times that we did not receive calls for service from the community. Again, we did not receive calls from the community. If calls did come in, it was subsequent to the alert that we received from the ShotSpotter technology. So it's important to point that out. We have Fusus, which is a platform for cameras, the sharing that we have, that we encourage our business community, colleges, and so forth, and to partner with the City of Cleveland so we can get real-time data and camera footage to our real-time crime center to help our investigators while they're conducting their investigations and so forth. So we have a lot going on. The RISE initiative is just a part of what we've been doing. Again, it's important to note that our administration, BIB administration, is currently working with the police union to increase our capacity to get recruits in the front door, as well as retain the officers that we currently have. And from there, I can start into the PowerPoint presentation.
Okay. So, thank you, Chief, for your presentation. Before we get into the PowerPoint, I'm going to call upon the Council President, who has to be at another important meeting. And at this time,
let him do the presentation.
Let him do it.
and
Okay.
I'll do after that.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Who, Director?
All right, I'll start off okay, we're going to start with, and I'll go through it relatively quick, and obviously you can read as well, but I'll go through it with the first slide. Number of sworn officers currently, and for the Division of Police is 1,231.
By the
And-
way, is this on our laptops? It is? Okay, thank you. Okay, gotcha.
As you can see, it goes down to, obviously, from the chief down to patrol officers. And again, you can see those particular numbers yourselves. And again, but the total is 1,231
Okay,
that we're currently staffed with.
here we go.
We have currently 99 departures, and it's broken down by, we had 1 deceased, 1 deferred pension, 2 terminations. Service pensions are 43, and resignations are 52. Those are the total of 99. That's year to date. One of the questions to ask that we present was the officers that are eligible to retire. And as you see the numbers again, we have sworn members that with 25 years of service is 255. That means that they're eligible to retire. So currently we have 255 of our members who are eligible to retire from the Division of Police. Doesn't mean that they're going to retire, it just means that they're eligible. Accordingly, you have to have a minimum of 25 years on and an age of 52 now to be eligible for your pension.
Chief, just a point of clarification. So the 1,231 officers, that's as of today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So currently, so we have 255 officers that's eligible to retire.
Okay.
And note, it's important to note as well that they don't have to tell us that they're going to retire. We have a drop program that a good percentage of our officers also go into at this point, and some delay and get in a little bit later. Again, they don't have to tell us any of these things. They don't have to tell us that they're going to retire. We kind of find out maybe a week or 2 before some folks retire, but those are the numbers that you currently see who are eligible for retirement.
Okay.
Now we're going to get into the applicants to become police officers. This is June 22 to present. As you can see the numbers up there again, you have a declined conditional offer, 13. A failed physical agility test, 20. No shows, 33. Passover by director selection is 98. Removal from the list, as you can see, history, medical, psych is 21. And withdrawn, it means they withdrew themselves from the process, 110 applicants.
Can you tell us what Passover by director means?
Sure. The director's here because I know you can articulate, but I have to say it before I pass it over to the director, to the chair, is that we will not sacrifice quantity for quality. We have to make sure that we have the best quality individual and qualified individuals for the Division of Police.
Yes, Chair. So once folks make it through the process for selection, there is review of social media content. Folks may be passed over for racist rhetoric, compromising communications, inappropriate relation to gender that show that type of information, significant drug use. We have a number of people consistently who apply who have smoked significant amounts of marijuana just recently before applying, who have taken LSD, used cocaine, used drugs that psychedelic drugs that are shown to resurface and issues later on. Also, references. If we're unable to reach references, and our personnel team goes through great initiatives to reach references, or looking at their employment history. If they've been terminated from every job that they've been on, or haven't had really bad performance reviews, that is a factor. And then there's the behavioral-based interviews. Those folks who don't meet a threshold score, which may be due to lack of impulse control, lack of open-mindedness, deception, and then you have all folks who have applied to other law enforcement jurisdictions that have failed polygraphs. So those are the types of questionable matters that will disqualify someone.
So then, and again, just a point of information, and we'll continue your presentation. So you had 295 apply. Is that what if I add up all those columns, it's 295?
That sounds accurate, Council.
Okay.
Chair.
And so out of the 295, that's how you wound up with the 11 in the academy?
So there are other things, Chair. Folks who don't provide all the paperwork. And this is now civil service has a filtering.
Okay.
Right? So folks who don't provide all of the documentation or don't provide a complete application, folks who don't provide all the information on their application, again, those who withdraw, those who are unable to pass medical, psychological assessments, fail the physical agility test.
Yes.
There are a number of reasons.
Okay. So, okay, keep going, keep going.
To the chair, Councilman, I sit through those processes as well as the director selection, and it is thoroughly vetted when we go through the process. It's thoroughly vetted, and we pass over those individuals for those very reasons. And again, we can't sacrifice quality for quantity. So I support the director and decisions that are made. And if I can have also some perspective of being around for 34 years, and I stated at this table, 34 years I've been on this job, and when I came on the job in 1989, a long time ago, when I took the test, it was approximately 5,000 people in Public Hall. They took the test, 5,000 people. And we don't have anything near that process. In order for us to seat a class, especially a large class, we have to have hundreds and hundreds of applicants that we need to vet in order to get down to a class of maybe 50 or 30 people. So when we have 200 and 300 people, and we get that class or vet that class down to 11 people, it's not surprising to me because we need so many individuals for various reasons are disqualified, and sometimes they pull themselves out the process. So having a applicant pool of 300 and getting down to 11 is not surprising to me based on all the things that the director just articulated.
So, again, so of this, on your next slide, well, let's go into your next slide. So of your CPD applicants, and again, you could provide it to us, out of each of those classes, what was the actual number that went into the academy? That's what I'd like to know.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, Chief,
Go ahead.
through the chair to council, each of these are broken down by class.
Yes.
Right? If you see that, so it'll be like 26 started out in the process,
Yes.
and then it kind of goes through for awareness of what happens. 4 declined. This is class
Yes.
150. 4 declined conditional offer. 12 failed the physical agility test. 2 in the I guess went to the military. And I'll get clarification on that. The other
Yeah.
ones are no-shows for the interviews, no medical testing. There's the passovers. There's 7 who removed themselves from the process, or were removed from the process, 2 removed from medical,
Okay.
1 removed from psych, and then 27 withdrawal.
So then, from 150 class to 154th, if you can tell us exactly how many came out at the end?
For all of the classes?
Yes,
Okay.
going back to 150th class.
Okay, we to the chair, to the council, to the chair, we can.
Yeah,
provide
and
information.
you can get that to us.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
We
Keep going.
have, to the chair, we haven't seated the 154 yet. We're in the process of
Okay.
of vetting that.
Yes, point of information.
How many have been seated?
For what class, Councilman?
You got 150, 151, Part A, Part B for 152, so what's
Okay.
the total?
So,
That's actually been seated.
yeah, they were going to get that to us.
He doesn't know
Yeah.
our preliminary?
Yeah.
He didn't have, go ahead.
You want those added up?
Yes, please.
I can, if you give me a
Well,
Sorry.
yeah, he can ask you a question. They're going to put that number together for us. So let's continue with the
Okay.
presentation then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
And
As
just
soon as they get that number, we're going to stop.
Thank you, Mr.
and-
Chairman.
Good. Thank you. Go
to the
ahead.
chair, and that's the continuation of the classes that we're trying to put on. Again, we don't have the 154. We're trying to vet 154. We're trying to vet that class now, so we can get that started hopefully
But-
August.
But the 153rd class, which was the 11? 153rd A or B?
The 11 is, 152 is A and B combined.
So the group that graduated last Friday, what group were they in?
That was
150.
A and B groups for 152.
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Or
to the chair. There was
152?
152.
Okay, so total of those, Councilman Jones, A and B, they wound up with 11 that were sworn in on Friday.
And the reason why that's, if Councilman to the chair, the reason why that is a 153 A and B is because that is a combination of third and fourth quarter of 2022.
Okay, thank you.
And that number, for the aggregate number of 151, I'm sorry, 150, 151, and 152 is 52. Class 153 are currently attending the academy.
Okay, thank you. Keep going, Chief. Thank you.
As you can see for this slide, we have currently in session 9 recruits, 153, 154. We're hoping to start August 14th of this year with 16 recruits. It's pending. We hope again to start that very shortly. And then again, we're very optimistic that we can get class 155 started
Okay.
this October.
So just a point of information. Under the direction of Council President, and we had the discussion as it pertains to the budget, and so the Council President felt very strongly about making sure that we allocated the 180 within the general fund budget that we passed that went into effect April 1st. So out of your anticipated hiring this year since January will be under 25?
No, to the chair, that's not on 25. I don't have the numbers in front of me. My staff don't crunch the numbers, but we have more than 25 out of the 180 that you're talking about
Yeah.
budgeted. No, because we just graduated class at 11. And I guess I'll have to get the numbers for I don't have it right in front of me. I'll get the numbers
Yeah.
that will graduate this year.
Yeah, we're just trying to understand because, we felt strongly about making sure that we funded 180 new officers.
So if I can clarify just
Yeah.
a point. So we have the class 151, 150 and 151.
Yes,
Those graduated in 2022.
okay.
The 150, in that number, I think we had 24. It's actually 25 for that August 5th graduation. So the total number is 53.
Yeah.
Then we have the 11 that graduated on July 28th. The academy length of the academy is 9 months.
Right. So
Okay.
we're looking at, for this year, how many you anticipate of actually hiring this year?
So we have the 11 that graduated. We have the 10 that are in the academy now.
So that's 21.
16 pending appointment for class 154. And then the last academy that we are hoping to get in before the end of this year, that number is going to be significantly dependent on the negotiations
Okay.
that are currently ongoing.
Okay. Thank you. Any comment? Just a point of information. Okay, continue, Chief.
This is the staffing.
Oh, yes, Mr. President. Yes. Put your microphone on.
Point of clarification, I just want to make sure I clarify your answer. We budgeted for 180 police officers. Out of that 180, how many have we had so far that we've hired? And if I'm looking at this, it's 23. And then what are we anticipating hiring? Because I think what the chair is trying to get to is, out of the 180 that we budgeted, how many have we actually hired? And how many do we anticipate hiring? I know you're saying it's based upon negotiations, but I really think we want to get clarification on that if we could.
So
Go ahead, whoever can answer.
So I can tell you, President, through the chair, is that we have the 11 that graduated, right? And then the 10 that are currently in the academy, right? That gives, well, we appointed 13, so it's 23 is what was appointed,
Okay.
okay? And then in class 152, we lost 2, that brought us to the 11. So it's not, that number is 21. We have 16 pending appointment. Now, if those 16 go through and make it, then that'll give us a total number of hiring of 37. When we talk to the recruitment team, the number one issue, President through the chair, the number one issue with recruitment is the academy salary. With the changes that are being negotiated, and I don't want to run afoul of the law with these negotiations ongoing, with the changes in these negotiations, I believe that we'll see a significant change. From the officers that I spoke with at the National Homeland Security Conference, there was 2 jurisdictions that kind of already had done what we had done, and they saw their class size and being similar size to our department. Their first class after that was in the 50s, right? And they anticipate the next class after that to be larger. So it's difficult to say, what effect these negotiations are going to have, but I think that it is going to be a substantial increase addressing the academy salary.
Thank you. So, Mr. Chair, just to close, Chair to Safety Director, just to make sure we reiterate, we have hired 36 out of the 180 that we budgeted for, but we anticipate, pending upon negotiations,
Yes.
if we increase the actual salary for the cadets in the upcoming class, we anticipate a larger class, which could be up to 50.
That's an approximate, yes.
An approximate.
Chair.
But the bottom
Chair,
line is, to
President
the
Chair.
chair's point, out of the 180 that we budgeted, we probably are not going to get there.
No, Chair, no, I'm not going to try to sugarcoat it.
Okay.
No.
Just want to make sure that we clarify the chair's point.
We're not even.
We can move on from there.
Because
Thank you.
we're not, just wait, we're not even going to get close to that. There's the problem.
Well,
Okay, wait a minute. You had a point, Councilman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I mean, we've been sitting here talking about police recruitment for what, 5, 6 years now? And so the question that I want to ask, because I read the RISE initiative about this hired little jacket, who are they? And then we should bring them to the table to talk about recruitment. I mean, they're part of the hiring process?
That is the marketing firm that has been contracted to assist with recruitment through the Division of Police.
So have they done anything?
No, so we just signed the contract with them, right? And what's really important from our perspective is that knowing what the challenge is this academy salary is, right? With knowing what is being negotiated, once that is done, that is going to be key to that marketing plan. Being able to say something new, going out and from the feedback with the recruitment team, going out and marketing the same thing is not going to bear us the results. We have to go with something new. Now, if I could just add this, is that we've spoken with jurisdictions from Oahu, Hawaii. We spoke Kansas, Tennessee, Washington State, Maryland. They're all seeing the same thing. What's interesting is that the percentage in the hiring deficit is in line across all the divisions based on size. The ratio is the same. We're all suffering from the same issue.
Thank you. Continue.
Yeah, to the chair, and I have to add another note is that on national average relative to recruitment, approximately 90% of applicants are eliminated. 90%, and the average is about 10% is generally selected, and that's on average. It could be up, it could be below that, but I just want again, I need to add perspective to this, and also I need to add that we're doing everything we can from the Division of Police, Department of Public Safety, to hire qualified individuals to become law enforcement officers. Everything in our tool belts we're doing and will continue to do. I just don't want anyone to leave with the impression that the Division of Police is not doing everything in the City of Cleveland, Department of Public Safety, the Mayor's Office is not doing everything we can to ensure that we hire the best qualified individuals becoming law enforcement professionals in the City of Cleveland. I just want to make sure that's not lost in this conversation. We're doing everything we can. So these numbers are startling when you say you're budgeted for 180, but yet you only have 11 just graduated. You have 10 in the class now. We're hoping to get 16 coming up and so forth. Again, you have to have perspective. We're doing everything we can to reach the 180. Are we going to reach those numbers? No, absolutely not. As the director just said, we're not sugarcoating it. We're not going to reach 180 that we're budgeted for. It's just not going to happen. And that's for a variety of reasons. One of them is probably the pay in the academy, which we're working on improving. I think will make a difference and so forth. But it's an issue across the United States of America. Not an excuse, but that's an issue across the United States when hiring folks becoming law enforcement professionals. I'll move on. And these particular slides go to your question about deployment and so forth, and we don't get into very specific deployments from the districts, but what we're going to do through these slides, provide numbers of where officers are currently assigned. And again, I'm not going to read every single one of the numbers up there, but again, you can see for yourselves. We start with my office, the chief's office, the chief of staff, and then the administrative operations, which is under Deputy Chief Danny Fay, and the numbers associated with that. Then we'll move on to Homeland Services, the Real-Time Crime Center, on down to the airport and the security here in City Hall and K-9. Special Investigations, which includes our domestic violence and sex crimes unit. Those numbers are evident. Homicide unit, our crime scene unit, AIU, which is our accident investigation unit, a hit skip unit, and other support. That's, again, the numbers are there. Right across the Special Services, which is our task force and support, our gang and narcotics unit, as well as our SWAT and fugitive unit.
Okay, I just had a point of information here. I've been told that gang and narcotics, SWAT, and some of these specialized units are being deployed to ramp up and backfill the basic car plan. Is that correct?
To the chair and all the council members, I have a duty as a chief of police to make sure that I have sufficient amount of officers in my patrol section to answer the calls for service. It's the 911 calls as well as the non-emergency 1, 2, 3, 4 calls. And I'm going to stick to that responsibility because I take that seriously. Our officers in the patrol section are working tirelessly, like I stated in my opening remarks, day in and day out. Sometimes we're mandating them to stay over, and it's causing consternation. So in my efforts, yes, I commanded and my deputy chiefs to come up with a plan to make sure that we give relief, and I stress relief, to the officers in the patrol section. If that includes having officers in the domestic violence unit, sex crimes unit, and other units to go work 1 or 2 days in the patrol section, provide relief for those officers, then that's on me. Again, that is to make sure we have officers able to answer calls for service and also give relief to our officers in the patrol section who are working day in and day out tirelessly without sometimes any breaks, and where I'm trying to give some relief. So to answer your question, Chair, yes, some officers in those specialized units are being required to work those particular shifts. It's not on overtime, but if they want to work on overtime, they can voluntarily work on that. But officers assigned to the SWAT unit are not required to do that. Officers assigned to the homicide unit are not required to do that. But my expectations and my mandate to the deputy chiefs would make sure that we have officers working in that capacity to help our patrol section.
Can I just add to that
Yes,
just very
go ahead.
briefly? Is that I support the chief in the way that he's doing this. We use the phrase dynamic deployment of making sure that the city is covered. He has a responsibility, and I have this responsibility to support him to make sure that there are officers out there patrolling the streets to answer the citizens' calls. On top of that, there's also a responsibility to make sure that officers who are patrolling the street know that there is backup and support out there, that they are not in a dangerous situation where if they call for help, they have to know that there are officers on duty who are going to come and support them. The other thing is that when we talk about the districts, I don't want it to get lost that while officers are assigned a district, Chief Drummond uses the officers at the district to patrol the entire city. So sometimes folks may come from first district to third district to first, depending on what the officers are being called upon to respond to, so that they can support each other.
Okay. Well, the only reason I ask this is because it's about transparency. And if you're saying there's a gang and narcotics is 18 and there's task force and support, SWAT, and then people are being deployed, I want to make sure that all of us around the table are aware, and I understand that you have to deploy people. But like yesterday when I inquired in homicide, I was told there were 15 working in homicide. You have 21.
Correct. We don't want to exclude our supervisors, that their supervisors for 3 are included in that count. We can't just remove them from the count as well, so they're involved in the unit, they're part of the unit. So when we give you numbers, that include the supervisors as well.
So there's 21, not 15. Is that what you're telling me?
To the chair, that's correct.
Okay. Because it's about transparency here. That's all I'm asking for. Okay, keep going. Districts, field operations.
Yes, field operations, again, under the leadership of Sammy Morris. We have obviously the command and then the NICE unit, which is Neighborhood Impact Community Engagement Unit, Environmental Crimes Task Force, as well as staff. That's a total of 22. The Bureau of Community Relations, 12. And again, I'm not going to read every single one.
Right.
And down to the traffic unit. And then we go to the districts. The numbers there, these are sworn members of the Division of Police. That's supervisors down. That's 130 for D1, 150 D2, 179 D3. D3's number a little bit higher because they have the downtown services unit, so they get a little bit more officers because of that. Then you have District 4, which is the busiest districts for call volume, 167, and then 135 for D5.
So, as well, on your field operations column, are those officers being deployed as well to backfill the basic car plan?
To the chair, to the council member, that is correct.
Okay.
As again, I stated and mandated to
Okay.
my deputy chiefs that everyone has to have the ability to assist in the patrol section.
Okay, keep going.
Next, we have crime statistics, specifically the homicides for the districts, and we have it compared to last year, 2022 to 2023 across the board. And again, I'm not going to read those numbers. You can read those for yourselves.
And that's as of to date?
To the chair, that's correct.
Yes, okay, thank you. Keep going.
And then we have robberies, and again, these particular slides go into the robberies, again, in comparison to last year and across the districts.
Define a robbery for the viewing public.
Robbery kind of falls into two categories. You have aggravated robberies. That's when a weapon or dangerous ordinance is used to commit that particular crime. It could be a gun, it could be a hammer, it could be a baseball bat. It's a weapon. If someone uses that, then that's considered an aggravated robbery. Then we have robbery, which could be a strong arm. You know, someone can come up and punch someone in the face and take their property. That would be considered a robbery. There's not necessarily a dangerous ordinance or weapon involved in it, but that would turn out to be a robbery. That's to categorize those two particular. There are other nuances that I'm not getting into, but those are robberies.
Okay, thank you, Chief. But, point of question? Point of information? Okay, go on. Keep going.
And also, and the director, just going to make sure I want to point this out. For example, someone shoplifted maybe $10 worth of items, and someone tries to stop them, run past them. That goes from a petty theft to a robbery.
Yes, okay, thank you. Okay.
We have false assault, and I can define that as well. That's someone that's physically harming someone with, again, a dangerous weapon or a deadly ordinance. And again, that could be from a gun to a bat to a hammer to those type of objects. And also, you can actually be charged with felonious assault. For example, if you punch someone in the face and you break a bone because of the seriousness of the injury, that can be categorized as a felonious assault without a dangerous weapon.
That includes if you're being shot, correct?
That's correct, yes,
Thank
sir.
you.
Or shot at, and not
Okay.
necessarily that could be attempted or commit.
Thank you.
Yep. Next are the statistics for burglary, and again, I'm not going to read them.
So wait a minute, just a moment. If you go back to felonious assaults. So we are halfway through the year, and your light blue column is to date, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, yeah, that's a great concern. Great concern right there. Okay, keep going.
Next, we have our burglaries. That's burglaries that include breaking into someone's home, Also, it can be broken down to aggravated burglaries, and aggravated burglaries could be when someone breaks in someone's home to cause harm. Not necessarily to actually steal. They can just break in
Yeah.
because they want to assault someone. That would be considered
Okay.
aggravated burglary. And again, those numbers are you can see for yourselves.
Okay. Grand theft auto.
Yeah, as you see, these are the numbers relative to the grand theft motor vehicles from District 1 through District 5. The epicenter of it are Districts 2 and District 3, but they're across the board in all 5 neighborhood districts, and the vast majority of those vehicles are Kias and Hyundais.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of clarity?
Yeah, just a question, just some clarification. So the 2022 figure that you're giving us in all these stats, that's for the entire 2022 year, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
To the chair, let me double check to make sure that's versus at the same period.
Okay.
I want to double check to make sure I'm giving you
Thank
accurate
you, that's
information.
critical. Councilman, point of question?
Yes, thanks, Chair. That was my exact question. Are these 2023 stats projected, or is that just so year-to-date?
To the chair, Councilman, I'll get those numbers to make sure we're clear.
Yes.
Versus, I want to see if it's comparison to the same period. So let me double check
Period to
that and give
period.
you. Yes, period to period.
Thank you.
Double check.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So,
To the chair,
tell
to the
us
Councilman, it's year-to-date comparison.
for,
Yes.
for 2022 is year to date.
To
Okay.
council members, yes, that's
Okay.
correct. Year-to-date for 2022, those are the numbers for last year, year-to-date, and then currently year-to-date for 2023.
Okay, so on grand theft auto, obviously the figures speak for themselves. Do you have, how many officers do you have working auto theft?
To the chair, to the councilman, we do not have an auto theft unit. The
Anymore.
detectives in each of the 5 neighborhood districts are
Okay.
responsible for that.
Because at one time, we did have an auto theft unit.
To the chair, to the councilman, that's correct.
Okay, so it's up to who in the districts to be working auto theft? I mean, is there who's assigned auto theft?
To the chair, that's the responsibility of the commander in the detective units. Each district, as you're aware, has a detective unit as well as a vice unit.
Okay.
And those particular the detectives are assigned to those
Thank-
crimes.
Thank you.
Chair, Council,
Yes.
through the chair, it's been years since there was an auto theft unit. I don't, not during my time in the city.
Yes, it's been, to the chair, that's been years. Again, I don't know exactly, but it's been years.
Okay, thank you. Keep going.
Next, these are some of our partner agencies we've been talking about. Again, you have the County Prosecutor's Office, the Sheriff's Department, RTA, Adult Parole Authority. They're also in that meeting that I talked about. State Patrol, Ohio Investigative Unit, which is just tremendous partners. They're here just about every weekend working with our officers in all the districts, including here in downtown Cleveland. ATF, DEA, FBI, HSI, IRS, U.S. Marshals, U.S. Attorney's Office, they're all our partners. And CMHA as well. We have an initiative going now in partnership with both RTA as well as CMHA for curfew enforcement.
Thank you.
And we talked about ShotSpotter, one of our technologies that we had expanded to all 5 neighborhood police districts this year. We expanded to 13 square miles. We completed that in the second quarter of this year. As the director stated, in May, we completed that. As you can see, we had from January to date, January to June 2023, 2,350 total alerts. 87% of alerts not called in by the public. Again, 87% of the alerts are not called in by the general public. 1,298 community canvas events. Basically what that means is when we receive an alert, the officers respond to that alert and they actually engage with the community. It means get out their cars, they're looking for shell casings, and they're also going up, knocking on doors and engaging with the community, and leaving their information so the community can reach back out in case they see something, hear something. 25 guns were recovered and 23 arrests at the time of shootings. So again, I think this particular technology, I think for me, and some may disagree, I think it's worth its weight when we see the amount of lives saved just in 2023, which is 6 individuals.
Well, just on that point, getting a point of information, as we indicated at the table, we're going to revisit ShotSpotter at some point because there were concerns of members around the table as it pertains to the dollar amount and the effectiveness of it. So again, I think what's critical is that the administration, you folks, keep as accurate figures and statistics as possible, because like critical areas of the 5th District were not included in the ShotSpotter.
To the chair, we as we developed the plan, we looked where we were going to expand ShotSpotter. We take into consideration data. We're data driven. It's not based on what we think or feel is the best particular place to put this technology. It's based on data, and the data is what drive our deployment of our resources and technology. And based on the data, ShotSpotter expanded into all the 5 neighborhood police districts.
Okay. Anything else, Chief, under your
That's it for the presentation at this time.
So, okay. So, before I call upon my colleagues, and Mr. President, are you still? Yes. Okay. You're fine still for a moment? I'm going to ask Sonia Pryor-Jones to come to the table, and Angela Woodson to come to the table as well, because as we indicated initially, come on up, ladies. Thank you very much for being here. Appreciate it. There's been growing concerns within the body with regard, and we obviously on this handout here, you can see the initiatives that we have, council has supported and funded. But there's this growing question among us and within our residents that we've allocated substantial amount of money for violence prevention, violence initiatives, and yet the violence continues to grow in our neighborhoods. And specifically, as we discussed at this table in the past, the focus of the initiative has basically been around the rec centers. And yet, I'm looking at police reports, I'm looking at data that our staff has compiled. And do we have some incidents around some of our rec centers now and then? Yes, we do. We know that for a fact. But the majority of the violence that we're experiencing is not in the rec centers, it's in the streets. So we've allocated millions for violence prevention programs, and we don't see the results of it. Now, I believe some of those programs are going to take time. I'm very much aware of that. But our citizens are asking, we're funding these programs, and yet we do not see any drop off in the listen up, everybody, in the juvenile violence that we're experiencing in the city. And what I'm trying to understand, Chief Jones, how is your interaction with CPD? Because we're hearing at the table, they're data-driven, they're crunching their numbers, but yet the violence is not in the rec centers. It's not inside the rec centers. It's in the streets. So I'm just trying to understand what data you're looking at, how you're deploying your people, your initiatives, your programs, and then I'm going to ask again for Ms. Woodson. At present, according to the budget we passed, and we looked at the budget, you have 6 violence interrupters, correct? Okay. Talking to people in the street, they're telling me you need at least 2 violence interrupters per ward, possibly 4 per ward. If you're really going to engage, be out there in the streets doing the preventive maintenance, interacting with whether it be young people or whoever, gaining intelligence, touching base, visiting homes, but 6 just cannot do it.
So first, I'm going to start with Sonia Pryor-Jones, Chief, and I appreciate you being here. Would you care to comment?
Me?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Just a
Yeah.
point of information to the chair.
Yeah.
Can we, and I don't know
Yeah,
if
go ahead.
this mic is working, but one of the things I really think we need to disaggregate, putting this out there, that $145 million is going to violence prevention, when that is not the case.
No, it's safety. It's right here.
Okay,
Yeah.
safety, but I think there
Yeah.
needs to be an
Yeah.
alignment to actually
Yeah.
break this down where we have
Yeah.
various pots of money for various different things.
Okay.
Because again, there may be some confusion. So
Yeah,
I would ask that we actually
it's
talk
a-
about that, because
yeah.
a lot of this stuff
Okay.
is actually reactionary and it's not preventative.
It's-
And we actually really need to
Okay.
actually focus on that, of how our investments, when our investments are going after the fact, after the damage is done.
Okay.
Rape crisis and domestic violence,
Yeah.
the police headquarters, the overwhelming majority of our funds are going
Yeah.
to things that happen after the
Yeah.
fact.
So we have on the top, Cleveland City Council investments in public safety. These are the things that we have supported. So we put everything together so everybody could see firsthand what we have invested, and either at the request of the administration or what we've invested. So, Chief Jones.
Chair, if I may.
Oh, yes.
Chief Drummond, we don't have a copy of that,
Okay, we're going to
If it
get
would be
you one
helpful.
right here.
if we had on the side.
And we'll give you, here, right here.
I think,
Actually, none of us have it
Okay.
in the administration, so it'd
Okay.
be great for
Okay.
Angela and I to also receive a copy.
Go ahead.
So to the chair, to council, thank you. We'll take a look at this.
Okay.
Oh, we'll share that for now, it looks like.
Yeah.
So I think it's important that we do frame this with some clear definitions, right? And so I've shared previously, when we think about prevention work, we do have to think about it as a full pathway.
Okay.
And so the work that we're doing in our recreation centers is very early stage prevention. And so the mayor speaks of it as stopping the violence before it ever starts. And so it's also population level work. And so the work in the recreation centers is focused primarily out of the Mayor's Office of Prevention, Intervention, Opportunity in two key areas. One, we have our social support specialists. For the first time, we have full-time staff on that unit. We're very excited about that, and they do a lot of good work with residents on a daily basis. They're in the recreation centers where they're housed easily for people to walk in and access them, but they are also helping in the community at some of the settlement houses, as well as in some of our schools. And so they really try to show up where people are to support them in their need. These social support specialists are navigators. They help people with issues of poverty, with issues of housing, with issues of employment, and in some cases, they also provide actual counseling for those who are credentialed to do so. So again, these are the people that they're supporting that don't end up in the news in the middle of a crime. These are people that they're supporting at the population level to ensure that they're not ending up in a situation of harm's way for themselves or for other community members. The other work that we do is the expanded programs. And so we know that young people need opportunities to be engaged. We can only provide, our programs and spaces primarily where the city has jurisdiction. Those are in our neighborhood resource and recreation centers. And so we've added, beyond the gym and swim traditional rec programs, expanded programs, which includes things like STEM, robotics, esports, very popular this year, entrepreneurship, so things that are engaging young people in a wide variety of interest areas that they like and they have spoken up about. We are in the midst of going to visit each neighborhood resource and recreation center with council members, so we know for sure that you know who your support specialist is, and you can see for yourself some of the programming that's taking place. So that's one piece of our work. It is at the population level. This summer alone, we were able to provide 28 unique programs, over 60 sessions across all of the centers. In addition to that, the investment from the city also includes employment. We know for sure that many of our young people need money to support themselves, to support their families. We're in a city where poverty for children is 48 to 50%. And so having dollars in pockets is really important. And so the city, the county, and others have invested in ensuring well over 1,000 young people in the city of Cleveland only have been in jobs of employment. Over 250 of those jobs are actually funded by city dollars and paying young people over the minimum wage of $13.50. And they are employed for 6 weeks. They're gaining income. They're also learning life skills for the long term. And so those are some of the ways we're doing the investment work within the recreation centers and through city investment. In addition to that, our partners are doing the work. This summer, Mayor Bibb, the administration, council members, I actually walked the neighborhood with Councilwoman Gray and found out she's very popular in her ward. We went out and we talked to people about the programming available in our neighborhood resource and recreation centers, as well as CMSD Summer Learning Experience, where they supported over 4,000 kids this summer, pre-K through 8th grade. We also have our partners over at Starting Point who do work around summer and after school time. And in their programs across the city, they supported another roughly a little less than 30 programs and over 1,000 Cleveland students. And those programs that they operate are actually funded by county dollars. And so there is work happening in our recreation centers as well as in the broader community to engage youth throughout the course of the summer.
But how are you engaged with safety, with the police department? That's what I'm not clear on.
So can you be more specific with your question? I'm not sure.
Well,
what
obviously,
engagement you want to
the
talk
police and through their intelligence, they know we're having problems in the streets. They know where we're having playgrounds that are out of control or where kids cannot go to playgrounds because of what's taking place there. So what I'm trying to understand is how do you interact with the Division of Police, the Department of Public Safety, so we target all of our resources collectively together where we're having, because, you know, I guess I'm stepping back a moment. I'm glad that I don't have a problem in my rec center. I'm glad I don't have a problem there. But I got a problem in the street. And I'm trying to figure out, now I understand preventive maintenance, we're trying to intercept kids that could be possibly at risk. But I'm dealing with the after the fact. So how do we, with the violence initiatives that we're undertaking, how are we interacting with the Department of Public Safety and CPD to really try to identify and target the individuals who are out there? Because as the chief indicated, we're dealing with from 12, the bulk of these young people were between 12 and 17 years old in the street.
So to the chair, some of the ways in which we interact with public safety, the mayor is taking an all-of-government approach. And so the entire team that's at this table, along with some others, we share data, we share information, and where we have oversight in terms of our individual departments, where they are able to use that data to support the way that we might deploy or administer. And so one example, and it may seem small, but I think an important one, when we decided where we would canvass this summer to make sure that we were getting the word out about programming that was available in the centers and at CMSD, we focused in on hotspot areas. And so we also have all been collectively involved in the mayor's neighborhood safety walks, again, focusing in on hotspot areas of the city.
So the hotspot you got was from CPD, the director?
And so all of that information is shared across our whole team, our whole government approach. I do think it's important to underscore something to the chair, which I try to do each time that I define the roles and the audience, and that is the PIO office does not do interrupter work, right? And so we don't have violence interrupters that go out in community and interrupt things as they're happening or squashing beefs, if you will, in a very direct way. Now, our social support specialists do lend support to the audience and the target community members that Director Woodson's office works with. We work together in that way. We share training, but we do not do interrupter work in a traditional sense.
Thank you. Director Woodson. As it's been indicated, your folks are in the street doing work, and one of your folks was at the Night Out Against Crime last night that I attended in the 5th District.
But my own observation is that we have to do far more intelligence. We have to do far more gathering of who's doing what and why they're doing it. And again, I keep coming back to this, my own opinion, that 6 people can't do it for the entire city. And I'm engaging, I'm talking to people as I did last night, and I'm hearing again this figure that you need at least 2 per ward. You need possibly 4 per ward that can work with the council members, the administration, neighborhood groups, and to get out there and really have the boots in the ground out there, out in the neighborhoods, to identify what's going on, who's doing what, why is it happening, et cetera. So would you care to comment?
Sure. To the chair and to the body.
Pull your mic up closer,
Sure.
Chief.
Can you hear me
The
now?
Director, thank you.
Okay. To the chair and to the body, yes, we do have 6 violence interrupters, and these people work tirelessly. We were just all talking just yesterday upon doing activities like Night Out on Crime. We have been out probably every weekend since summer has taken part, trying to do as much as we can to keep young people not just off the streets loitering, but just engaging with people who kind of drawing them into some negative activities. One prime example, my West Side Interrupters, one of them in particular that's also assigned to the downtown area, was able, which the stories that don't get told, was they stopped young people, 5 young people from ages 13 to 15 years old who were trying to carjack a Kia. They were in a parking lot of a club. It was after 12 midnight, so they were past the curfew. Luckily, we were able to work with the police district, bring the parents, and kind of just have a sit down with all of them. Kids were scared that we reached their parents. The interrupters actually got them involved in some activities and have actually been starting to mentor these young people, because out of the 5, 4 of them never have had a case, had never been picked up for any trouble whatsoever. So those kind of stories don't get told. I guess they're not sexy enough because we're kind of doing the right thing. But we do work very closely with our police district, our commanders, our community relations specialists within the different districts, trying to share information and also trying to work to figure out common ground of what can we do. We're not trying to arrest every young person if we can prevent it. My team does an adamant job this summer. We did a 3-on-3 as a pilot in the rec centers, because we realize, as we've heard at this table, our young people are not going into the rec centers. So we actually took our DYS kids. These are kids that are sentenced to the Ohio juvenile detention facilities. And we engaged these kids with some rec kids. They made new friends. We attracted over 200 plus individuals from 12 to 17. It was during the day. It was from, we started at 2 o'clock and went till 5 p.m. And rotated both east and west. And a lot of our young people walked away with being introduced, who were out here hanging out, were introduced to new friendships, new concepts, trying to think a little differently. Of course, we did that with a shoestring budget of probably I think they told me $3,000 is what we had total to do that both east and west. So it doesn't matter for our department with the money as much as it matters, because we know it takes money.
Yeah.
But I'm sharing that to say that's the commitment of the department, the 6 of us. Again, our officers did show up to 3-on-3 and engage with the young people, which meant a lot. So it also meant that they don't have to look at them as always they're going to put handcuffs on people, that they're actually people that are concerned, and was happy to see them playing basketball, picking up a basketball with them and talking to them. So we're doing what we can, just with the 6 and myself in the department.
But let me just say this, and it is about transparency at the table here today, because we know we got a major problem in the city. And it isn't about arresting, it's about prevention. I think that's what we're all talking about. How do we stop things? How do we stop this, the conflict in the neighborhoods, the conflict between different groups of young people, the turf things, everything we're dealing with. But Angie, and I'm going to call Angie because I've known you a long time. 6 people, got 17 wards.
That's correct.
6 people can't do it.
We're trying to do what we can do with the resources we have.
And I'm saying this to my colleagues, as we discuss the future budget, and I know the council president and I have talked about this, if we're going to really attempt to focus on abatement, on prevention, on everything, then we have to have a better approach. 6 are not going to do it for the entire city of Cleveland. You could use 6 in the 5th district.
Okay.
And I bet you could use 6 in the 4th district as well, if not more.
But to the chair and to this body also, we have partners that help us. And I know we brought several groups early on to this table to talk to you and share with you about the work that they do. And a lot of them that you heard from don't get any resources to do this work.
Okay.
So again, it's kind of trying to figure out a common denominator of how do we empower them more. Also working with the fact of the data you just saw, where some of the problems are, how do we loop them in to help us more in those areas where we have a lot of the heightened issues.
Okay. Okay. At this point, I'm going to open it up for questions, and I know there's a lot of things that are revolving here, and we're going to get into in a moment. But, Council President, I appreciate you being here. I know you and I have been talking a great deal about the issues that you're hearing from all of our colleagues. So, again, I appreciate it. I know you had some other things to be at, but you changed your schedule to be here, and I appreciate it.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you, Chair, for really taking the leadership and pulling this committee together. I know that a lot of the colleagues have been wanting to do this for some time.
Right.
And I also want to thank the administration for making themselves available for being here today.
Right.
I've had the privilege and honor of working with a lot of the people across the table from me in a professional capacity. And I know that all of the men and women in law enforcement, as well as the men and women that are working in prevention, intervention, and all of the other things in our community are really working hard.
May I interrupt you just for a moment?
Yes,
I want to
please.
make sure that we said earlier, 10 minutes for each person.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And I just want to just acknowledge that. But I have to be honest, and I hope that we could be honest with each other at the table today, because the chair and I have been talking a lot about this. The anger and the frustration in our community is palpable. It is the most frustrated that I've seen officers. I get calls and texts every single day from officers that are overwhelmed, and I'm getting concerned because they're even at the point that they're at a breaking point and saying that, hey, morale is down. We are very frustrated. We are under staffed, and they quite frankly are retiring a lot of good officers that really have a lot of experience and a lot of institutional knowledge, and that is beginning to concern me. That's the first thing I want to say. The other thing I want to say is that I think the chair has been very precise in what we want to accomplish with this hearing is that we felt that we have done everything the administration has asked us to do in order to bring crime and deal with crime in an all of Cleveland approach, from a prevention intervention strategy to a reentry strategy to a law enforcement strategy. When we add up the amount of money that we put into a lot of equipment, a lot of other things, it still isn't getting the results. I want to just say this because I want to be careful how I choose my words, because I believe in accountability. I believe that we need to have the reforms that we have in this city. But I have to ask the question, when and how do we take the gloves off? Or are we going to be handcuffed, no pun intended, by all of these reforms that we're doing? And maybe we need to ask ourselves the question, is the reforms for issue 24, even though I know it hasn't heard a case yet, and the consent decree helping our city be safer? That's a question that we all have to be honest and ask ourselves, because the intent for those was to build better relationships between the community and law enforcement so that we can have better outcomes. And right now, we are having the exact opposite. So I hope that we could really deal with that and make sure that we have a way to go with that. But I do have a couple of questions, Chair, and I will try to honor your point. And if I could ask the committee, just be very brief with your answers, because I'm going to give a couple of rapid-fire questions.
Go
okay?
ahead, Mr. President.
Number one, what tools are we using around AI? Most crime that is happening on these right here. What tools are we using? Because more bodies to just go chase dope boys on the corner is not going to get it anymore. Most of the crime that we're dealing with are planned and impulsive and strategized around these tools. Do we have anything dealing with this? AI, I know we're going to say Fusion Center, but I caution all of us, the public doesn't care right now. The public feels that all of us, not just you, because I don't come to the table pointing fingers. The public feels that everybody, all these systems, not even just the people at this table, the public feels that the system is failing. And they're frustrated. So I'll start off with that question, and then I got a couple more, Mr. Chair, and then I'll go from there.
Thank you.
To the chair, Councilman Griffin, good question relative to AI. We are using every tool at our disposal that we can legally to help us with our abilities to, again, tap down all the violence that's taking place in our community. We have, obviously, there's social media platforms. Obviously, you mentioned the phone, other technologies that we try to use to our advantage, again, operating within the confines of the Constitution and our abilities. So to answer your question, we utilize all of the tools available, including AI, again, within the Constitutional, to help us tap down all the violence and help us do our jobs better.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Second thing, and I want to do a deep dive with that, but Chief, we'll talk offline. The second thing that I want to ask is, where's the helicopter? And I know that, sorry, who's the gentleman from, Mr. Chair, from the governor's office?
Stuver.
Ben Suber.
Yes.
Chief Suber, okay.
Chief of Staff.
Chief of Staff, where is the helicopter? We spent a significant amount of money getting the helicopter upgraded, and we were supposed to be assured, and I know that in the last DN that we see in the divisional notices, that 2 of the helicopter pilots have retired. Is the helicopter up in the air, and how is the helicopter being deployed?
Director, Chief.
To the chair, to the Councilman Blaine Griffin, our helicopters are currently not in the air. They will be in the air shortly. There is some maintenance that the helicopters are going through right now. We have not sent the helicopters out to be refurbished, which is what City Council did approve through legislation. That has not taken place yet. As you're aware at this table, the company that we're contracted with went into bankruptcy. They're currently out, and they're the only company that's able to do the repairs that we need or the refurbishing. So we're in the process of trying to get that contract out so we can get the helicopters in to be refurbished. And what I mean by that is they'll pretty much take it all the way down to the bones, put new equipment on it. And so when the helicopters do come back to us, they're pretty much brand new helicopters, and then we have to do that one at a time. But I suspect and I hope that the helicopter will be flying tomorrow. They're not flying today as we speak, but one will be up in the air tomorrow. But I also want to answer your question. I know you have several, and I'm going to be brief. We do utilize our partnerships with the Highway Patrol. They have their assets, what they graciously said that we can utilize and so forth. And also I mentioned before about HSI. They also committed to their air assets. It's just a matter of us coordinating with them.
And Mr. Chair, I want to make sure that I rapid fire because I know you got
Because
10
just
questions.
based on, and again, not to take away from your time, we passed the legislation in March of 22. for the
22.
helicopter.
That's what I was going to say. So we passed this last year, March of 22. So I want to make sure that the public knows that, because part of this is, once again, we've made investments, we've done what the administration has asked us, but this is the kind of transparency that we need. Okay?
And President, through the chair, if I may, just want to, yes, it was passed in 2022. As Chief said, the company went into bankruptcy. We reviewed with the law. We've got the thumbs up to move forward with it, and that is it's in motion. It's in motion.
And Chief and Director, let me say this. I apologize because all of you guys, we all have been professional relationships for a long time. The public is looking for answers right now. The public is begging us and telling us they want to understand how we're going to deal with this issue. So please excuse my passion, please excuse me probing, but this is important. And I think that if nothing else, we need to make sure that we restore confidence in the public that we are serious about dealing with this issue in the city. Next thing is, Mr. Chair, is the chase policy. Can we get on record formally, why do we keep hearing that nobody's allowed to chase? And can we get formal clarity on why the supervisors are maybe not allowing chases, or can we understand how the chase policy works? Because if I hear one more time that they're not allowed to chase, which is why this is going unchecked, then I'm going to lose it. I just need us to make sure we clarify.
Director and Chief and I had the dirt bike ATV guys come through my ward on Sunday night after 8 o'clock. So anyone care to comment?
To the chair, to the councilman, that we have a pursuit policy. I want to make sure that's clear at this table and to the listening audience. We have a pursuit policy. It's a very strict pursuit policy. We have strict guidelines relative to that, but if someone's calling you and indicating that we do not have a pursuit policy, they're incorrect. That's false. We have a pursuit policy, it's just very strict. We evaluate pursuits to make sure they're in compliance with our policies. If we have information that a pursuit is called off based on meeting the criteria, then we'll sit down with those particular supervisors and ask their thought process and why they would call off a pursuit. You have to take all kind of things into consideration during pursuits, as you're aware. Time of day, the vehicle, the individuals that's driving the vehicle, and so forth. For an example, if our officers are pursuing a vehicle wanted for aggravated robbery, let's say a carjacking, but yet it's 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and they're driving south or northbound on West 25th through the Tremont area, or at dinner time, my expectation with all the people that are there, to the chair of the council members, is that particular supervisor, and not only the supervisors, but also the patrol officers, really take all of that in consideration before plowing through some of those areas at the speeds that some of these vehicles are traveling and taking out several innocent people. So all those things have to be taken into consideration. They're extremely dangerous. We know that. The officers are aware of that as well. They're inherently dangerous. But again, to stress, we do have a pursuit policy, a very strict one, but we do.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure if we could see if we might need to revisit that. I've always been one to use caution with pursuit policies. I had the privilege of sitting for years on a committee with Commander Drummond, which I understand why there has to be some protocols around pursuit. But I think the fact that we continue to hear officers say that they're being under assault, under siege, and not able to pursue needs to be clarified and needs to be really put forth, because we need to get some of these guys off of the street. And I do want this public to be safe, but I do want to make sure we do that. I know we got I want to honor the chair's time, and if I need to follow up. Okay, the other thing is we're losing officers at an astronomical rate. I know that we got the longevity payments, and always March and April and May are always the months that have the highest amount of resignations and retirements. But have we done exit interviews or surveys with all of the officers that have left in order to understand why are they leaving and what can entice officers to stay and retain officers?
Director, Chief.
To the chair, the Councilman Blaine Griffin, yes, that's part of the process when officers leave, especially when they resign. We have exit interviews and review those. I actually reviewed some of the last ones with my deputy chiefs to see what we can do, so what they're saying, and what we can do to change things to increase their will to stay. And not all of it is involve finances. Some it's finances. A variety of reasons why individuals choose to leave the division of police. Again, we take all of that in consideration. We also have currently out now, we have a survey that's out now, to your point, where we have upwards of, I believe, 700, I may be off, over 700 officers that has taken part in that. And that is unprecedented, to the chair, the councilman, to have that many officers involved in that. We have 1,200, over 1,200. We have over 700 that's participating. That's what we're hoping to get more answers and then respond to those particular concerns of the officers officers, both in the survey and also in the exit interviews.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, if we
Okay,
could, can
wrap
we
it
get a follow-up of that survey and make sure that we get
Okay.
that through EBA?
Thank you.
President, if I may,
That's
just
yes, go
to
ahead.
touch on that very quickly, is that the recruitment team does surveys, exit interviews as well. Not all officers sit down and do the exit interviews, but the RISE initiative is to address some of those concerns that the officers have raised in their exit surveys, and we're hoping that the negotiations and the execution of the RISE initiative answer some of these questions.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
just two
Mr.
more
President.
things and then
Go
I'll
ahead.
close.
Go ahead.
The next thing that I want to make sure that I ask is about, and this is really to Chief Pryor Jones and maybe Director Woodson, as well as the law enforcement officials here. If I was to ask who are the 1,000 bad actors in the city of Cleveland right now, would we know who they are? No. And would we know how we can engage them and embrace them and then deal with them either in a productive way or a law enforcement?
Whoever can answer that.
To the chair, to the council member, we may not be able to give you an answer for 1,000, but I think you bring a very valid point up by saying that. What we know is that a small amount of individuals are responsible for a large amount of the violence. And that's why when you have 360 or 70,000 people in the city of Cleveland, we know that there's a small amount of actors that's creating the issues. Do we know who some of them are? Absolutely. And that's why we're very strategic in how we go after those individuals. We identify them, and then we go after them. Some of these individuals need to be off our streets. There's no question about it. They're just really bad actors and commit some very heinous crimes, and our objective is to remove them from the community, and then others can deal with the social aspect of it. But the immediate response for us is to remove those really dangerous actors from the community. The other ones, I think, that's the partnerships that we're talking about with Chief Pryor Jones, Angela Wilson down there, is to engage individuals before they get too far down the road, and we're dealing with them in a more criminal basis. And that's the relationship that we're talking about, the partnership, so they can deal with that. So again, my people, the Division of Police, and my officers are not dealing with them, and we're actually removing them from the street. Because when they come to me, I want them removed from the street based on the type of
Mr. Chair, if I could make
activities
a suggestion, I really think that we should look at a focused deterrence model between, as you mentioned, law enforcement and also Chief Pryor Jones to convene street outreach workers, recreation center workers, schools, security personnel, as well as the police department, frontline officers, to really try to get an idea, and looking at social media to really try to identify who are some of the bad actors and really start to engage them and really try to find ways to try to divert them, but at the same time make it clear that we are going to be taking the gloves off if any of this stuff continues to happen. We need to be clear and resolute, and we need to be very direct, because I think we spend too much time trying to lecture the good kids and not enough time really trying to go to the real cause of some of the guys causing the problem. The other thing that I want to move to, because I want to acknowledge the chair's time, is to the parole and post-release control and chief of staff. How can we get the parole board more involved? Because the parole board and post-release control, a lot of these folks are bad actors that are repeat offenders. How can we ramp up and get more visits and make sure that we have more unannounced visits with some of these bad actors that are on PRC and also under the monitoring of the parole board?
Chief, could you identify yourself, because some other colleagues have come in
Sure,
since you were
sure.
introduce yourself.
To the chair, to the councilman. That is not a section that I oversee.
Give us your name.
Ben Suver, Chief of Staff, the Ohio Department of Public Safety. That is not a section of the Department of Public Safety. However, the governor has made clear to those individuals and that leadership team to be focused in those areas that you're concerned with, and I will certainly take that back. I know the chief mentioned earlier in some of the meetings they have, parole is heavily involved in their surge missions, and I know that's a concern of the governor. And to your point, and to the chief and director, it is a small percentage of actors that are out there perpetrating most of the crime, and we see that across the state.
Right.
And we know many of those are previous felons, so that's an area that we're concerned with. So I will will make sure that we pass that back.
Sure.
Thank you.
To the chair, Councilman Griffin, that's another really good question. And I had mentioned before about the meeting I had and our partnership with the Adult Parole Authority. They're part of this collaboration that we're talking in partnership. We work with them actually to target, and again, we go into being strategic in what we do. Working with them, they have more authority than we do relative to some of the things we need to get done. So we utilize them to actually target individuals that we know are repeat offenders. They're on parole. We are able to, again, do some things because of the ability and the authority that they have to, again, identify, target those individuals and remove them from the community. So we have full partnership and cooperation from them. So we are targeting those individuals who are repeat offenders.
All right, thank you. And to the chair, just in closing, if I could, I would just say this. This is probably in the years that I've been around, and I've always lived in urban environments my entire life. This is probably the worst time that I've seen it since the crack cocaine epidemic hit the streets. I don't think it's attributed to just the fentanyl, even though we're suffering from a massive amounts of overdoses. But I think that we, to Councilwoman House's point, we got some mental health issues in our community. We have some real deep-rooted, deep-seated things that we need to do in our community. A couple of things that I just want us to really make sure that we drill down on, that we really need to follow up on, is that I've asked the finance director and working with Joe Titron, because some of these reforms and some of these negotiations are going to require money. I will tell you that I have made outreach to the corporate community in order to try to help with that, as well as trying to see if we can seed, and I'm going to approach this body and trying to seed more money for Crime Stoppers, because we know that we can put more money out there to try to say, turn somebody in, and that no snitching policy is a fallacy. People will start telling in a heartbeat. So I think we should look as a body to look if we can invest more in Crime Stoppers and try to get some more match money from the corporate community, as well as work with the corporate community to cover some of the gaps that we might have that our budget cannot handle, because we can only spend what we have. The last thing that I want to basically say is that we need regional cooperation. When you read the brevity reports, a lot of the people that's committing these crimes don't live in these neighborhoods. They come from Euclid, Maple Heights, Garfield Heights, Cleveland Heights. They just come to Cleveland to raise hell. And what we got to do is we got to have regional cooperation in order to be able to deal with them at their bedside as much as we deal with them at the roadside. Last but not least, I do want to say this, that we do have to provide incentives for these officers. And whatever that might need to be, once again, this is a question to the governor. If there's ways, since the residency law was repealed, if there's ways to provide incentives for housing or other things, then I think that it's important that we look at, as we do these surveys, what kind of incentivization can we offer some of these officers to stay here? Because I truly believe that we can change this trajectory. But ladies and gentlemen, I'll just close with this. The public wants answers. They don't want any of us to sit here and talk about, oh, we're doing everything we can, because they're paying taxes. And I want to say this to the public. While you have these special initiatives that are out here, like participatory budgeting and all those things, this can take away from some of the things that we need to invest in order to make our community safe, sound, and strong. And at the end of the day, be careful, because elections do have consequences. And I'm going to say that the people in 2016, when I ran the levy campaign for the income tax, part of the reason that I came to council is because the people that voted for that income tax didn't vote to try to give it to some experiment. They gave it so that they can have public services, so that they can put more money into public services. So we need to be cognizant of why people invested in this city, how we can restore confidence, how we can not make any more excuses, and how we can make sure that we understand as a council how our investments are helping drive the numbers down. Because right now, the public is not feeling it. And I just want to be honest, every day, not only from my colleagues, but from people in the community, we get calls ranting and raving, even basically asking us to go out there and actually, try to confront people ourselves. That's right. Because they don't believe that anybody has their back in this city. So I just want you to understand that that anger is palpable. I think you guys feel it too. I commend all of the men and women on the law enforcement side as well as the intervention and prevention side, but we have to be and do better. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And thank you, Mr. President.
If I may,
Yes,
just
Director.
very, very briefly, because Council President, through the chair, you asked a question at the very beginning in your introduction about policies and how it was affecting policing, and this kind of also goes into the pursuit policy, is that the chief, the command staff, myself, and my assistant directors, we had roll calls with members of the Division of Police, and we heard exactly the officers raise those questions about, you know, the reforms. And we've all been consistent. You have general police orders. If the officers follow the general police orders, those are approved by the consent decree, they're in line with what they're supposed to do with constitutional policing, is that the officers, if you follow the GPOs, we will have your back and we will support you. Follow the GPOs. The other things that are above that, don't worry about. That's for the mayor, myself, and the chief of police and the law department to be concerned about. The officers need to be concerned about the GPOs. And the last thing that I do want to touch on is that Mayor Bibb has been very adamant at looking at public safety from not just a police perspective, but an education and economic development, mental health. That's why we're advancing with CIT and going to be folding into CARE. It is an all administration, it is an all hands across administration, council, and community approach to respond to public safety. And you're absolutely right, Chair.
Thank you. And again, Mr. President, I appreciate your, the discussions you've had with me about Crime Stoppers and providing additional resources for reward funds. And then also through the Jasmine Santana, Councilwoman Jasmine Santana's committee, I hope at some point we can bring in the new CEO, because from talking to some of the violence interrupters, they believe there's a major problem within the middle schools with regard to activity, especially gang activity. So I'm hoping that we can get the new CEO at the table and talk about how they're going to interact with us as well. I have on the list Councilman Jones, Councilman Slipe, McCormick, Hairston, House, and Harsh. Is there anyone else that I've missed? Okay. Gotcha. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been patiently looking at all of the paperwork that has been presented to us, and would like to start out with, since the COVID impact on our country, I don't think I've never witnessed in all of my lifetime what I'm seeing here that's happening today in our city, our state, our nation, and the globe. And it is challenging on a number of fronts. And I think the first issue here in the city of Cleveland is the crime scenario, what's been happening in our respective territories. I know and I've heard the president talk, and I agree with majority of what he has stated here in terms of our approach. When we talk about the programs that we have passed off here, 42.1 million in social programming, and a total investment of $145 million is an impressive number. And we would hope that this money starts to sink into the neighborhood and making a difference. One of the things that I've always been talking about here at the table since the previous administration and the previous council was the issue of crime in our neighborhood and how we need to get a handle over it. And a lot of times, and I'm glad that the distinguished gentleman is here from the state of Ohio, Mike DeWine's office, because the state legislature is culpable in all of the crime increase in these cities, especially the city of Cleveland, with his cookie cutter approach of giving everybody guns. The proliferation of guns in the city of Cleveland is absolutely crazy. When you can see 13 and 14 and 15-year-olds who are not just carrying regular handguns, but they're carrying semi-automatic weapons with clips and magazines in them, and they have them in their pockets, in their shorts, and they're walking down the street. And when you have this consistently in the face of the public, most people are afraid and fearful. And the various programs we have set up at our recreational facilities, you won't have, and I know that the numbers they're down in our recreational facilities. And so when you look across the board, we're still kind of recovering in some respects in our recreational facilities because the previous administration shut them down. And so the kids ain't going there anymore. And so you have a situation of trying to get young folks back into our recreational facilities. You got an increase in crime, and you've had this chronic situation before COVID of trying to get our numbers up to where we have budgeted at council to 1,600 since the Frank Jackson administration. So that leads me to this question, Mr. Chairman, to the director, which is frustrating for many of us sitting here at the table, because it seems like we're not moving the needle on our recruitment. So can you tell me, we're a year and 8 months in here, and to have these dismal numbers in recruitment is painful to see. And why aren't we doing something better than where we are? And will this hired Little Jacket local marketing firm, what are they and what do we expect of them? And do we look, and here's the thing too, to sit here and say that we don't think we're going to even get there. So can you help me with recruitment, elaborate on that?
Director,
because
Chief.
right now, to me, Mr. Chairman, someone needs to be fired. I'm in a place where we need to shake the system up, because where we're going and how we're going right now, it's not working. It's just absolutely not working. We're coming here, we're sitting at this table, we're talking about the same old stuff, and at the end of the day, I don't see any improvement in my neighborhood. When you look at the 4th District and you look at just the numbers that we've shown across this board, we have the highest homicide rates in the city of Cleveland. In the 4th District, we have the highest crime robbery statistics in the city of Cleveland. We just now started to get a little bit of competition in that field here. Not sure what those numbers mean on this board. We have the highest felony assaults in the 4th District. We have the highest burglary in the 4th District. And we have held at one point, in terms of motor vehicle theft, we're still competitive here with the same 613 and relatively in all the districts, with the exception of 2 and 3. But short of that, we hold the records everywhere. Tell me how it is we're going to do recruitment, number one. And then number two, can you please explain to me why we don't have more police officers in the 4th District?
Director, Chief.
So I'll get to the some of your former questions, and then I'll turn it over to Chief with regard to our district assignments, and I'll touch on that as well. Is that first, the RISE initiative is a direct answer to the issues that we're having with recruitment, and Little Jacket is key to that. Is that we know that we have, I'm so just going to speak about hiring first. We know that we have to make becoming an employee, becoming a police officer in the city of Cleveland, we have to make it attractive. And to make it attractive, we have to change what we're offering, right? So we've listened to the recruitment team, we've heard from them about their conversations with potential cadets, potential applicants on the street. We've heard what they're hearing back, and that's what the RISE initiative is going to involve. And a lot of that's going to be under negotiation with the union, is that we can hire, we can do marketing without changing that message. And what we have seen across other jurisdictions is you're not going to yield any result, right? What we're seeing is that the recruitment and hiring for law enforcement is hard across the country. It's hard for the military. It's hard for corporate America. We have a smaller cohort of eligible people to be police, 21 to 35, which is our target range, and we are looking at some answers to that. The first answer is changing what we pay in the academy. Young people They care about that wage from what we're seeing more than they care about the fantastic medical and dental benefits that the city of Cleveland has. The other thing is that we are having conversations with the law department about that cap. I'm 47 years old. I'm too old to be a police officer. I'm too old to apply to be a police officer. I'm in shape, Councilman, through the chair. I could be a Cleveland police officer. I can pass the test. I can pass the physical portion. So we have to change. We have to change that age, and that's something that we would have to come in front of council and council to do.
Let me ask you this,
Councilman
Mr.
Jones.
Chairman, to the director. I've sat here at this table and racked my head on possible solutions, right? I suggested to this table that we should make hiring police officers at the age of 18. Now, I found out when I made that recommendation here at this table, I was told, no, we can't do that, blah, 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 all this woody-woo, right? And at the end of the day, I'm finding out that there are other police forces across the state of Ohio that are hiring at 18 years of age. Even some of our sheriff departments are hiring at the age of 18. So I think that, Mr. Chairman, we need to think outside the box. We need to hire starting at 18. And we need to start looking at that, and we need to jump on that as soon as possible, because if we're late coming to and everyone else is doing it, we're in trouble. And then anyone saying that you can't hire an 18-year-old, given the fact that we don't have any police on the street, they sound crazy to me. And maybe they need to move to another location or get another job. At the end of the day, it is an issue. You see this happening in some of the southern states where they're changing the rules and regulations to allow even younger people to work because they don't have the labor force in place. And so right now it sounds like we have a combination of a recruitment plan failure in the city of Cleveland because you're just not doing it. And I was up at Camp George Forbes for an event here over the summer. And I talked to the Highland Hill officers, and the two young men I talked to would be excited about working here in the city of Cleveland. And I told them to give me their numbers so we can recruit them. So I don't know what our recruitment is doing, but if I got two Highland Hill police officers ready to jump on to come to work for the city of Cleveland, again, Mr. Chairman, I would just encourage we look at our recruitment. And this is a suggestion. I'm not asking for any comments from the administration on hiring 18-year-olds. What I'm asking for you is look at every possible means to get bodies in play to help us with this.
And Chair, if I may respond, just
Director,
briefly.
and then to the chief, because the councilman's time is up. But I want
I
to
have one more question on traffic enforcement, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman, through the chair, I can tell you that what we expect from Little Jacket, that's a question that you asked. I don't want that to go unanswered. Little Jacket is going to, especially if we can give them the tools to change the messaging and recruitment, they're going to give us a modern messaging, a modern approach. They're going to make the division of police attractive as to what it is. We know that people, that we have a different generation of folks, and I sound like an old man when I keep saying that, but we have a different generation of folks who don't want to be stagnant in one space. The fantastic thing about the division of police is that you can come and work for the division of police, and you can have you can have a diverse career, right? You can go from patrol to homicide to sex crimes to financial crimes to gang impact to vice. You will not be bored. You will not be sentient in a career in the division of police. And the other thing I want to touch on is that, Councilman, through the chair, our recruitment is not a failure on the recruitment team. The recruitment team has worked very hard. We've centralized the recruitment team in public safety admin. You have folks from police, fire, EMS splitting up so they can be in multiple places advocating for hiring of division of police. What we're seeing is the same thing that we're seeing across the country, and we can't get lost on that, is that the changes have to be made to law enforcement recruitment as a whole in its entirety. And the military is seeing the exact same thing. Once we make these changes, I am confident with the messaging and the modernization of recruitment from Little Jacket and the hard work of our recruitment team and the attractive career that the Division of Police is that the conversation is going to change.
Okay. You had one last point, Councilman, because your time is up.
Mr. Chairman, I would just make some suggestions, and I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, the additional time, and I won't labor it here. I think that we should also look, and this is to Mrs. Jones or whoever would have listened, we should invest in doorbell cameras for our senior citizens in the city of Cleveland, especially our most impacted neighborhoods, to help with increasing safety and resolving crimes in our community. That's another issue that I had suggested years ago. I would hope that we could look into something like that. I don't mind working with the administration to invest the little pennies that I have to assist in my neighborhood in doing that, but I think that will make a very positive and profound impact in our communities. The second thing, Mr. Chairman, in terms of traffic enforcement patrols in each district is inadequate. Our neighborhoods are being overridden. I think that we should have 2 traffic enforcement cars in each ward, which will be a total of 34 cars patrolling the city of Cleveland. I think that we should disband the system that we have in place in order to make that 34-car plan work. I think doing that would help us to gather the needed intelligence on the streets. It would also give us and identify where those hot spots are. It would assist us in our community in gathering that information and making the kind of determined decisions as it relates to where we need to deploy police. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the president of Cleveland City Council talking about corporate responsibility. I think that if the corporate community is listening, they have to play a critical part in all of this as well. I do want to, again, commend Bobby George for putting down $50,000 to deal with the issue on 6th Street. And then those folks were found quickly. I want to thank the men and women who, Mr. Chairman, who work for us every day. And then I would ask, Mr. Chairman, that this policing policy of no chase, we need to reevaluate it, and we need to look at ways and means where we can go after the bad guys. Right now, the word on the street, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
With young people, especially in some of these community meetings, whether people are sitting here like it or not, is that the police are not going to do anything to you. If they're not going to do nothing to you, they will see the situation and they won't chase the crime. And what good is it for us to pay $230 million and then we ask for outside police who are going to go and chase them? When the state Ohio Patrol comes in, they chase. They go get them. So we should be doing pretty much the same here at this table. And so I just thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you,
I want to thank the administration. I do want to restate what Kerry Howard said earlier, because we have to take things in context. This is a new administration. The issues that we're having today is not just in the city of Cleveland, but it's all around. It's Shaker, it's in Maple Heights, it's in all of the surrounding neighborhoods. Crime is bad, but I think that, Mr. Chairman, we could do better here.
Okay, Councilman.
And we need to employ all the means to be able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Councilman Slife.
Thank you, Council President. First question, just very briefly, within 10 seconds, I don't want to dwell on it, but to the, I guess, the chief and the chief. Do we have a sense of, just as a point of comparison, how Columbus is faring with recruitment and retention? You've said that we've heard that it's happening everywhere, but I'm wondering if, just as a comparison in Ohio, is it happening there at a lower scale, or are they successful in
Whoever could answer that?
To the chair, to Councilman's Life, I know that they were having issues with recruitment. Last year, they sent up their recruitment team here in the city of Cleveland to try to entice officers to come down there. We had several officers that did leave, but they all came back. So I know they have their issues as well. And if I can, I know this is your time, but I just can't leave some things. We have a pursuit policy. We do not have a no-chase policy. We have a pursuit policy. It has to be within the confines of the rules and regulations, our general police order. I just want to make sure we put that clear.
Thank you. So then a couple requests for information, I guess, would be I'm just to resend the pursuit policy. I'm sure we've received it in the past as one. To you, Mr. Chairman, the council president took my questions about exit interviews. I do generally worry about the morale of the Division of Police, and there's all these things we can do about, downtown lighting and recruitment, but I do worry about just what is the general morale. I would be interested if officers want to reach out on a scale of 1 to 10, how you feeling? So if that information is being gathered, I'm thankful for that. I would request that we have a hearing that presents that information to us, and I would request that labor be present at that as well to speak on behalf of their members directly. And then the third one that I have, related to ShotSpotter, I would be interested in getting a data grab out of ShotSpotter from July 4th between 8 p.m. and midnight. I would be interested in understanding what ShotSpotter looks like during fireworks, just as a point
So
of
you're
interest.
making that an official
I am making that
request?
an official request, yes.
Director, have you heard that request?
I wrote it down, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. To the chair, a quote that Director Woodson said really stuck with me, and it was, "We're trying to do what we can do with the resources we have." So to that end, I want to address Mr. Suver, am I pronouncing it correctly, as a representative of the governor, and really requesting that this information get back to the governor, because I think you can hear that there's frustration around this table, but I want to address our leaders in Columbus. In 2019, there was a mass shooting in Dayton, and at a rally afterwards, the residents of Dayton chanted to the governor, "Do something." And things have been done, but the things that have been done have not helped, they have harmed. So it frustrates me to sit here and hear about all the programs that the state has provided to us to deal with the symptoms of the problem they have continued to exacerbate in multitudes of ways. For example, this seems silly, but the State General Assembly got rid of front license plates. The Fraternal Order of Police said that they wanted front license plates that helped with tracking stolen vehicles. We now have stolen vehicles driving around Cleveland and no front license plates because some guy doesn't want it on the front of his Pontiac. It's ridiculous. It's such a silly thing, an easy way to impact public safety, but we have leaders in Columbus who, quite frankly, their callousness towards the urban areas. The fact that the government has been to East Palestine how many times, but in Columbus, in leadership in Columbus, the perception really seems to be that if it's black and brown people dying in our cities, that's just something that's just how it is. That's what happens. Completely ignoring the fact that these things are happening because of the policies of state government. Mr. Suver, I'm not sure if you read the New York Times, but there was an interesting op-ed yesterday called "People Get Scared and Buy a Gun." And it was essentially saying that one of our challenges is certainly crime, but it's also the perception of crime. People are scared, and it is easy to buy guns. And in the article, it talks about how actually people who get a concealed carry permit a year later are no more likely to be a victim of violent crime statistically, but they are likely to be victims of property crime more statistically because the guns get stolen, because people do not responsibly lock up their guns. They put them in their glove box and then put a Second Amendment bumper sticker on their car, which is basically a giant neon arrow saying, "Hey, there's probably a gun in this car, you should break the window and check." And now we have guns running around neighborhoods, being held by little kids, and the state of Ohio makes it easier. And it's flabbergasting. And Mr. Suver, I've never met the governor personally. I'm happy to speak with him directly. I am inclined to believe that he is a caring person and that wants what's best. But I do not feel that way about the Republican Party in the Ohio General Assembly. And I am asking the governor to stand up to these politicians who act with outright, direct, open callousness towards our cities. Now, the state of Ohio has a rainy day fund of $3.5 billion. Ms. Woodson pointed out that we're doing the best we can with the resources we have. Why don't we have any resources? Because the state of Ohio takes all of our money. The local government fund has been depleted. Income tax is now rebated out to people. There's movements to centralize income collection and take a fee of that so we get even less money. We need our money. We are where the state of Ohio, we are the cash cow of the state of Ohio, one of the metropolitan areas that creates money for this state. And we're not getting it back. It goes to us, in Portsmouth, Ohio, got a $634 million bypass around the city in a county that has 73,000 people. Me, Stephanie, and Joe represent more than 73,000 people. But we're not getting that kind of money for the problems that we're facing in our community. And the state of Ohio needs to step up and realize that they are helping to create this problem. They need to be more impactfully involved in the solution. So here's what I'm trying to get at, guys. Columbus pays $25,000 a year more to its police officers. Who in their right mind would want to be a Cleveland police officer when you can go to Columbus and make $25,000 more, let alone be in a suburban community that there's very little crime and yeah, maybe you're checking speeders, but you're not having to expose yourself to the dangers and the risks of being a police officer in a larger city. If we gave everybody a $20,000 raise, that would be $36 million. We don't have the money for it. We can't do this. We keep have these problems put on us, and then people expect us to resolve them through our general fund when we are the victims of these larger systems. So a commitment would be year over year, $36 million from the state of Ohio, so we could actually meaningfully increase our police officers' pay over a period of time. Not give them a one-time pay bump, not give them a couple extra dollars an hour in the police academy, which is only a part of their life, but actually paying them to do the job where it is needed. So please pass this on to the governor. I'm happy to talk to him, but the governor needs to stand up to the legislature. This is absolutely ridiculous. And you know, I'll leave it there before I say something I regret saying, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I understand your frustration, but I want to thank Mr. Server coming to the table today as Chief of Public Safety, Chief of Staff for Public Safety. I appreciate you coming, you know, at the request that we made through the governor's office. Councilman McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also want to note, I really appreciate Council President Griffin's comments. I thought they were clear, concise, and honest, and I just want to appreciate that. I really do. Mr. Chairman, as I've said at this table before, I'm one of those crazy people that believe two things can be true at the same time. Too often in our dialogue, you're A, B, Team A, Team Y, Republican, whatever. It's taken over our dialogue nowadays, and it's ridiculous. The majority of Americans, Clevelanders, don't live in that reality. And what I mean by that is I believe that we need to invest in the front end, and we also need to arrest violent people. There's not a choice there. The answer is yes. And so I just wanted to say that, as I have been saying that. You know, absolutely I vocally support the great programs the two leaders to my left are leading, and that is the long-term solution. However, as the council president noted, Mr. Chairman, when people are wreaking havoc on innocent residents and victims in our community, they need to pay the consequences of doing that, and they need to be removed from society. So I just wanted to say that because sometimes I feel like we say A or B. No, that's not the answer. The answer is yes, that we need to do both of those things. Mr. Chairman, I want to just kind of drill down on the council president and Councilman Jones' commentary on the pursuit policy in the sense that, you know, I think, and I think everyone at this table could agree, no one wants unlawful, dangerous pursuits in the city of Cleveland or anywhere else. I think we can put that to bed. I don't think anyone wants that. The challenge is, and I've personally witnessed this, is when it gets to a point when individuals committing crime in our community understand the policy very well. And that's the challenge I think we're facing to the point where it's understood that if you get in your vehicle, the Cleveland police cannot do anything. And I understand the chief will refute me on that. I'm just saying I've seen it personally. And when it is understood on the street that the moment you get in a vehicle, you're good, you're free, you're good to go, then that incents a certain behavior for folks that have just committed a crime. So I think we really need to have an honest conversation about what the balance there is. No one wants, you know, dangerous pursuits. No one wants any of that. But when the pendulum has swung to the point where it is understood that if you get in a vehicle and put it into drive, you're good. When it gets to that point, we need to have an honest conversation. And I think that's really where, you know, and my question to the director would be, I know I've asked that question to the chief before, and I know what his answer is going to be. But again, things I've seen myself, as the council president noted, things you hear from police officers, that seems to be the reality on the ground, is that it's not about stopping a reckless chase, it's never initiated in the first place. And I think it's just basic, behavioral knowledge that if you feel there will be no consequences, or you know how to avoid the consequences, you're going to take that road of action. So, Director, my question on that line of questioning is, are there active conversations with the federal government who, as the council president noted, continues to monitor the consent decree about what that balance is? Because, is the balance of not wanting dangerous pursuits, which we all share, getting to a point where it's preventing the Cleveland police from removing violent criminals who are wreaking havoc on our residents?
Thank you,
So the specific question through the chair is, are there conversations with the federal government about that balance?
Director?
Yes, Councilman, through the chair, if I can address that on just a couple points, and I'll be very, very brief. In short answer, yes. The conversations are being had through our law department. The chief and his staff do a great job of telling the monitoring team the hardships of what it is to be an officer on the ground, right? It's easy to make policy when you are not the one putting on the uniform in the zone car and having to answer to these issues. And there's a couple things that complicate it, right? One, we talked about it. It is the uncertainty that the Division of Police, the officers have stated with regard to the reforms being made. The other piece of it is the complication of the messaging to the community that we don't have enough officers, that we are extremely staffed, that if you call the police, no one is coming. This is a responsibility of us, the administration, to make sure that we be mindful of that communication, council as a body to be mindful of that communication, and the press to be mindful of that communication. We have got to do a better job of sharing the success stories. There are a significant number of arrests that have not been shared with the community, that the community, in transparency, deserve to know, right? And we have to be mindful of the risk of harm to the officers and how it dissuades the citizens from calling the police when they hear about the staffing levels and when they hear about the complications with regard to these policies. And last point is we have to do a much better job of letting the officers know that we follow the GPOs, worry about the GPOs, you have our full support. The messaging that comes from anyone who opens their mouth to talk about staffing and the ability for police to respond, it has to be responsible.
Yep.
And that, when I say that, I'm saying us, council, CPC, CPRB, OPS, monitoring team, the press, anyone who has an ear of the public, we've got to be mindful of that.
Director, I appreciate that, but through the chair, but we also can't ignore reality. And we also can't not openly talk about the challenges that we're facing in our streets. So I fully understand what you're saying. In my 7.5 years on council, I am very measured in what I say intentionally, but if it's happening on the ground and our residents are experiencing it and we're hearing it directly from patrol officers on the beat, it's not hearsay, it's not made up, it's not a tweet. I mean, these are real situations in which our neighborhoods and our residents are experiencing. And again, my question and my call is what's the balance, right? I'm not saying A or B once again, because that's an easy political thing to do, is to say A or B. But my point is that what is that balance that we can achieve so that we're not on one of those extremes? So that's my point there. And again, it's something I've experienced personally.
To the chair.
Chief?
To the chair, Councilman. It is a balance. You're absolutely right. No question. We've had the conversation at this table several times about our pursuit policy, and I have to state again that we do have a pursuit policy. Again, it's a balance for me, and yes, we've had conversations, and we'll continue to have conversations with the federal government, the monitoring team, DOJ relative to our pursuit policy, and potentially modifying it to a certain degree to allow certain pursuits and so forth. Again, those conversations are ongoing. I do not, and again, it goes back to the balancing. I do not want this city to turn into a drag racing situation similar to, and some people not like this, what occurred in East Cleveland. with the pursuits that they were involved in on a regular basis, and the crashes. And by the way, the vast majority of those crashes occurred here in this city, and the carnage that it created, and the damage and the injuries to innocent people, and the vast majority of those pursuits were from minor situations in traffic and so forth.
And Chief,
it goes
as I
back to your
stated, no
points
one
about
wants
the
to see that.
balance,
Yeah.
and that potentially could happen. But we are in conversations with them to them being the federal government to modify our pursuit policy to give our officers additional tools. But the policy's in place. You know, we're talking about going after the worst of the worst when we're talking about aggravated robberies, murders. OVIs are part of that as well. And the expectation of the command staff to our officers down there who we support wholeheartedly, because they have a very difficult job, and I support them. They do a tremendous job, is that they are in compliance with our policies. Our policies are in place for a reason. They're in the training and so forth. If they see a violation, my expectation is for them to attempt to make those particular stops. If someone takes off, and you're right, they will take off in some cases, for them to take our policies and our training into consideration while they're
And Chief,
attempting to
I
make
appreciate
those
that.
stops.
And
So-
the question, though, through the chair, the question, though, is the policy incenting behavior? And if you, I mean, again, I talk to a lot of people in the community. I talk to police officers. If I know that if I drive erratically, I will not be pursued, is that incenting me to drive erratically? And at what danger does that put the public if I do that? And once again, for the Nissan that fled into a gas station on East 55th, and when the police pulled up to them and that did 100 miles per hour down 55th, what members of the community and the police officers did not pursue it? What members, and again, no one wants reckless pursuits, but what community members were in danger by that Nissan doing 100 miles per hour down East 55th? So the point is that how do we strike that balance? How do we message that balance? That's my only point. It doesn't feel like it is balanced right now.
It's not,
The other,
Mr. Chairman.
just I have one other comment, and then I'll cede the floor. Excuse me, but and again, I want to really also, credit the mayor for also speaking out in the whole system, especially when it comes to the judicial system. And ensuring our judges are in line with the citizens of the city of Cleveland. CPD can do their job, and the community can say, thankfully, this person was removed that was wreaking havoc in our neighborhood. Come to find out they're out shortly after that. So I do want to put a pin in that and appreciate the fact that we're working. I know we got pushback from the judges the last time we said this, so I'll say working with the judicial system to ensure they understand the impacts in our community that these are having. But again, a lot of what I was going to ask has already been said, so I won't say it again. But I just want to, again, appreciate the council president's comments and how clear they were. But I hope that we are really, with all of our partners, trying to strike a balance. I have never, I'm going to say what the council president said, in my 7.5 years in council, I am getting flooded with emails, calls, tweets, texts, every way people can get me about public safety. I was in a block club meeting last night with 60 residents. It was the top thing people were talking about, citing specific incidents in the neighborhood, not just a perception issue. So I just want to highlight what the council president said. In my entire career, I've never had this level of engagement on public safety. And it's just, I know chief and director and everybody at this table, we know it's a top priority. So I'm looking forward to being whatever part I can to support the strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
To the chair, may I respond? I know his
Yes,
time is up. Just want to respond a little bit. I appreciate the comments to the chair, the councilman. I appreciate the comments. And again, I have to go back to your point about it is a balance, and that's why we take consideration our partnerships. You mentioned it as well, our partnership with the State Patrol, as mentioned before, having our helicopters as well as the air assets from both the OSP as well as HSI to be able to go after some of these individuals. For example, that some of the scenarios just brought up, if we have our air assets up, we're able to back off and have them follow, and then eventually
great.
catch those individuals.
Yep.
So that's part of our plan, to your point, through our collaboration and partnerships. So that's that balance that you're talking about versus someone taking off 100 miles an hour, which could be a traffic situation. Again, it's that balance we're trying to strike, plus coupled with, again, relying heavily on our partners and our own aviation unit.
Thank you, Chief. And Mr. Chairman, final comment would be, as the council president noted, I would encourage us to continue to look at technology. As your point noted, Chief, what other technologies out there to safely, identify individuals and apprehend them too? I mean, yeah.
Well, and let me say, before I call upon Councilman Harrison, what Councilman McCormick has indicated, I can tell you in all of my time, and in my opening statement, I have never, ever experienced the level of crime and violence that I've experienced in my neighborhood. Never, ever.
Chase policy.
And so, at the end of the day, all of us are hearing it at our neighborhood meetings and events, phone calls, emails, the plea from our residents. So that's a given. Councilman Harrison.
To the chair.
Yes.
Just real quick on that note, Councilmember, your investment, the police and public safety's request to the mayor in your real-time crime center with your analyst can't be underscored. At a time that your agency is, as it's been well documented, is suffering or struggling with recruitment, and as it's been said by the director and the chief, this is not a unique problem to the Division of Police here. What you can do in that time when you're trying to build those resources up is to invest in analysts. They make your police agency smarter. They will make them more focused. They'll highlight these areas that you're most concerned about, and you're already investing in this area, so you should be applauded for that. And by doing more of that, I think you're going to balance that a little bit. It's never going to replace a police officer, but it is definitely going to even the playing field.
Yeah, we provided that in the budget when we passed the budget. Councilman Harrison.
Chair, if I may,
Yeah.
Council, just real briefly, I just want to touch on that.
Yeah.
The analysts are important, and that technology piece is key as well, right? We know we got the the Fusion Center for Intelligence, the Real-Time Crime Center, license plate readers that are being installed. The body cameras, Fusus, which there'll be a hyperlink on the end for citizens.
Thanks.
That technology, those analysts will make a difference.
Thank you.
And if I can,
ahead.
yeah, I'm sorry, I know
Yeah,
we have time
because
here.
we have
Yes,
quite a few members
certainly,
here.
but I want a comment about the technology aspect of it, the director just hit on and so forth. And we have to use that balance, and we have to use technology. Part of it, too, is license plate readers. We are in the process now of getting dash cameras in all of our frontline cars, and each of those particular vehicles will have the ability for license plate readers. So that really helps us, and that's technology goes to the pursuits and so forth, plus our stationary license plate readers and so forth, which can help us as well with some of the stolen vehicles as well as some of the pursuits.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I won't be too long. I know my colleagues have said a lot of things that we've all are thinking and have been thinking for quite some time. But first and foremost, thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this meeting forward today to bring not only the Safety Committee, but all the members of council and administration together to have this discussion, because as we hear, there's so much going on. But I will tell you that there's many around the city believe there's a lot going on, but nothing's going on, right? And if you are faced with these challenges every day, you understand what that means, right? And it is important that, these real discussions happen and the real questions are asked, as the president said, well, when are the gloves going to come off? When are we going to, a lot of these things takes time. It's long-term initiatives, right? But what happens in the meantime? The chaos just continues as we hope that these long-term interventions trickle down to address the situations. So what we are looking for is what happens in the meantime? What happens that will allow our residents on Maple to sit on their porch, right? Or allow residents on East 129th Street, or residents in across town on the southeast side to be able to walk to the store or walk to the bus stop. What happens in the meantime? So, for me today, I said and I listened to a lot of things. And that's the number one question. What happens in the meantime? So we'll work through that as we go along. So, but again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing us together. Thank you, Mr. President, for your efforts in this issue as well. Thank you to the administration for coming and presenting today and answering questions from this body. Safety Director, Chief, your Chief Staff, and in particular, the gentleman from the Highway Patrol, well, the Public Safety Department, the state of Ohio, Chief of Staff Stubert, and thank you to the Governor for responding to Chairman Polenzek and other members of his body, including folks from the administration, to bring and give us some help here in the city of Cleveland, because we desperately need it. Make no mistake, we desperately need it. Regardless how much folks try to sugarcoat it, whatever the situation, we need the help, and we welcome the help here. And we thank you all for stepping in to support us. My ward sits in the 5th District. Majority of the ward sits in the 5th District. The 3rd has a very small piece down in St. Clair Superior. And, the 3rd, I know that the commander's here, and they are very responsive. They do what they can with the people that they have. But the larger part of Ward 10 sits in the 5th District, where Commander Johnny Johnson, Lieutenant Montanero, Sergeant Murphy, Sergeant Bays, and all the patrol men and women who serve there. But, and responsive. When I reach out and there's a problem, they respond, they jump on it as quickly as they can, but with the resources that they have. But they need some help. They need some help. I'm looking at this list, 135 officers in the 5th District. Everybody else, numbers are high. So I will hope, and I'm sure my colleagues will back me up in saying, is that I hope that the rest of these cadets who are coming out are being sent to the 5th District, right? They're being sent to the 5th District because they need the help. They need the help, no doubt about it. If they had the help, maybe they can be more proactive in addressing some of these issues that I email you all and send you all on a regular basis, for these problem areas, right? Because I guarantee you that some of the same individuals who are committing these crimes in our neighborhoods are the same individuals who residents are calling about this problematic house or this problematic street or this corner that something's going on. I guarantee you it's the same folks that are leaving that corner in that house for a period of time and going to do their dirt, right? But if we can address those problematic situations on the front end, then we can address the situations on the back end, right? Because when I look at that, even that group of the juveniles who committed the crime, I get calls that say, that's the same folks who was over here on the street causing problems, right? That's the same group who was over here doing this. So I know for a fact, the same people who are, residents are calling about the loud music at their home and somebody comes, turn it down, and they keep on, they go on about their business. No. And I'm looking at the loud noise tickets, 37 loud noise tickets as of August in 2023 or July in 2023. That's a problem. Because I guarantee you, we have the amount of calls that have come in for loud noise at homes are greater than 37. Now, granted, I know the 37 is just what resulted in a citation being issued, but I also know that there is probably another, a greater number that says when they arrived, there was loud noise, there were people out, they were hanging out, but they were just told to move on. No. At this point, in this time, in this day, we need to start hitting them in their pockets, right? Those small citations like loud noise and curfews and other tickets, that makes a difference, right? You know why it make a difference? Because when Highway Patrol is in town, they hitting them with those small citations. You should hear the texts and phone calls that go, uh-oh, don't go down there. State Patrol down there. Highway Patrol down there, right? It travels all across the city, right? All across the city. I could be in places, they don't know who I am sometime when I come in, and you hear them talking, man, don't go that way. I'm okay going that way, but the other folks may not be. So those small citations, the citations that we think are small, can make a big difference in these communities, quality of life issues. When you go there and they out there the music, there's no discussion. Ticket. Ticket. And when you fail to appear or pay those tickets, what happens? Then you have to bring your butt downtown. Again, those small nuanced things makes a difference. We are trying to better provide safety for our residents and our community. So I'm really concerned about the 37 loud noise tickets. Then I look at, Mr. Chair, to the administration, the night curfew and the day curfew tickets. Now, I drive these streets all the time. I drive these streets all the time. I see daytime curfew all the time. All the time. And you mean to tell me there's zeros across the board from 21 to 23 for daytime curfew? And we talk about the juveniles and the idle hands and the problems that we're seeing, right? Nighttime curfew. I'm sure we have arrested more than 25 juveniles in these stolen cars at night, right? Why haven't we written a nighttime curfew citation for the young people who should not be out at the same time? Mr. Chair?
Councilman, you bring up a valid point, and I've asked that same question. I had an interesting discussion this week with Judge Early, Michelle Early, and she indicated the city is not citing for nighttime curfew.
That's a problem.
And she said if you did, those parents would have to appear in court.
That's right.
So I got the statistics from her. I have them right here.
That's right.
That she sent me. She said they're not citing for nighttime curfew. And the other issue is that we're finding out the nuisance laws, the nuisance legislation that we have, though that's not being enforced as well.
And so, Mr. Chair, you understand the exact path that I'm going down. If we are coming in, and I say the last time we did something like this, when Deputy Chief Morris was a commander, we hit a street, 141st Street. Not only did they go over and look for the normal issues, guns and drugs and stuff, but he made sure they wrote traffic tickets. He made sure they wrote open container tickets. I mean, every ticket that I can think of, he made sure that his officers wrote when they hit 141st Street, right? But that needs to be the same approach with each of these situations across the city. There's no reason that we shouldn't have more nighttime curfew tickets. So we arrest you, not only are we're going after you for a robbery or motor vehicle theft, but you're also going to receive a curfew ticket. So now that brings the responsible party who should be monitoring you, right, into the fold. So now we have the intention. And if that's the only way to get other folks' attention who are legally responsible for some of these individuals, then damn it, we need to do it. We need to do it. So I'm looking at this list, and I was really taken aback. And so I wanted, and I'll stop there for Mr. Chairman to allow for the Public Safety Director, the Chief, to kind of chime in on these noise tickets and curfew tickets.
Director, Chief.
I'll respond briefly, and I'll pass it to the Chief, Councilman, through the chair. Is that one? The nuisance law is being enforced. I sign letters every week for the nuisance laws to go out. We have, I signed one last week where it was an Airbnb. So the nuisance law is being enforced. There is a process of how many times a person has to be notified. Sometimes the nuisance issue that the officer is called out to is resolved. If it's a loud noise, they go out there and there's no music going. The officers have to see that. Otherwise, there has to be officer observation to issue the citation. So that is happening. And then we made adjustments in the way that we deploy officers so that we can look at the crime that is going on in the district and how many officers are graduating in the class, and we have done that. We've done it for the 4th district, absolutely, and it made an impact. We had citizens saying they hadn't seen so many officers on the street in a long time. So we are looking at those changes. I'll let the Chief respond to the remainder.
Go ahead, Chief.
To the Chair, Councilman. Quality of life enforcement is extremely important to us.
That's right.
We pushed that as a district commander years ago in District 5. That's one of the things I stressed to my officers, and generally it was with a zero tolerance, kind of to your point. The curfew citations, especially nighttime curfew citations, is something that I'm pushing to my officers. For an example, the 12 individuals that were arrested that we talked about early on. My mandate to Commander Johnson was to make sure that every single guardian or parent was cited for the curfew violations relative to the other charges that they were facing. That was part of my charge. Also, we have partnerships with both, again, RTA as well as CMHA, again, to look at nighttime curfew enforcements. We have our standard details that we run on a regular basis as part of my charge. again, is to make sure that individuals out there who are under 18 years of age who are violating our curfew ordinance, nighttime curfew ordinance, is cited. Again, that's a zero tolerance for me. So my expectation, Councilman, to the chair of the councilman, is that those numbers will increase relative to the nighttime curfew. Daytime curfews, as you're aware, everyone's at the table is aware, can only be enforced during school time. So that's our partnership with the CMSD security and police to get with them and also have those particular details coordinated or otherwise. So my expectation is that those numbers to the curfew citations go up, also the quality of life, loud music and things of that nature, that there's a zero tolerance. With that said, as the director articulated, when we respond, obviously we have to hear it in order to cite. Generally, when you come out, I know you say you come out, you just cite on the first time. Sometimes our officers hear them, sometimes they don't. They want to give people a benefit of the doubt and give them a warning, and then obviously if they come back, they'll cite them. And I certainly understand your point to the chair of councilman about no exception, just cite automatically. I like to give people an opportunity to come in compliance. However, it's situational as well. You come to in a situation where you have folks taking over vacant fields and so forth. That's an exception for me, where you cite immediately and you break that up. So quality of life enforcement is a priority for me, because we have to start with the small things, to your point. So I'm in concurrence with you.
Sure, and I heard my buzzer, so I'm going to wrap myself up.
Yeah.
But, I thank you for that, Chief, and that's important because, those small, minor citations really make a difference, all right? And, again, it's a difference when Mr. Jones is over in his backyard listening to Isley Brothers, washing his car, and the neighbor who may not like him calls, right? But there's a difference when you got a group of people hanging out, loitering, kicking it at a vacant property, or even at a home that belongs to them or their family. When you pull up, you know the difference between the situations. And, Mr. Chairman, my last 2 points, I agree with you that 6 intervention prevention workers is not enough. That's a shame. I'm thankful that the city has at least those 6, and I know it's no fault to our director here, Mr. Chair, and to the administration, because she only can utilize what she has or what she's given, right? There's no reason that we gave $10 million for this type of intervention and prevention work, neighborhood safety fund, violence prevention, when only $400,000 is used annually to do that work. When you have 20 plus groups, even if you put 6 people per ward, you're talking about pennies to support these individuals to do this work, right? So if we're serious, we need to get real. And so we need to make real investments, right? Investments that are going to yield the kind of resources and support that kind of support and resources we need to support those who are doing the work. Because, yes, we had the Director of Community Relations, Mr. Chairman, and also to the administration, yes, they have folks who answer your call. Can you go here? Can you do this? Can you help me out, right? But that's not consistent enough. We need consistency, right? And the only way that you can get consistency is if you deploy the resources to make sure that they are consistent, right? Consistent resources for consistent support, right? And it just isn't happening at the levels that we want. So we're grateful, obviously, to you, Director, and your department for the work that you do. But we really, through this body, need to find a way to really support community relations to help them do even more work. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, in closing, I look at the list of partnerships on the list. You got many folks. I don't see the courts, which, of course, must be a part of this partnership and this work that is being done around the city, juvenile court in particular, right? We have an excellent city prosecutor, Quayla Jordan, who knows her stuff. You understand? And so this is where that office can be helpful with those minor citations, right? CMSD. I don't see CMSD on this list of partnerships, but I do know that you all work closely together. So, I hope that there is big ask being made to groups like CMSD, right? even beyond just the CMSD patrol officers, but the counselors, the Say Yes workers there, because they can identify the problematic or individuals who are on the path to, being problematic, right? They can identify other individuals who, they go to the school, they may have coached them or they have worked with them, who we can give us a head start to be able to put our hands on them and work with them to try to prevent some of the issues from happening in our neighborhood. And so I'll leave it there, Mr. Chairman. I know I'm out of time now, but I really would like to see that gang unit back out here, and I'm sure the chief and the commander can respond to that. I believe the gentleman, I think he's commander now, Al Johnson, was, I remember seeing Al running down St. Clair, running through backyards. You understand? And going after these individuals in these different neighborhoods. And I don't see that anymore, right? I don't know where he is, but however, I've added him to different emails we've sent. But that gang unit was very, very important. I know we have the NICE unit. I know there's another young man who I grew up with who's a part of the NICE unit, and they are doing great work. But we need all hands on deck. So whatever issues we got, whatever issues going on, with anyone, we need to figure those out, and we need to get whoever back, in these roles to help us deal with these issues. And I know that you are doing that. You got two great individuals, good leaders here, great leaders here at the table who understand that and are doing everything that they can. And lastly, Mr. Chair, retention of our current officers. That's important because when I see them in the street, I have discussions with them, right? Retention. I know that the administration has begun to make steps to provide other incentives and pay raises over the period of the collective bargaining process. But we really need to be intentional about retention, efforts for retention, because we want to keep the ones that we have here, right? It's not only going after new recruits, but it's about keeping the officers here that we do have and not allowing them to walk out our doors and go somewhere else. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
To the Chair, to Councilman, we're absolutely right. With the Mayor's initiative, RISE initiative, that's one of the things we're concentrating on because we're going to be very deliberate with that, both retaining the officers we have as well as folks coming in the front door as well. So that's part of our initiative, the Mayor's initiative.
Thank you, Councilman. And Joe, again, I want to make it very clear here so there's no confusion at this table. I've got the Muni court records. Only 32 nighttime curfew violations. That tells you a whole lot. And the judge told me they have a special docket, that they will put them on a special docket if you cite under the curfew. And there's a fine, and there's also community service work involved. But they've got to be cited. And so I can't stress that enough.
To the Chair,
on that point,
I understand.
Just on that point, quick point to Councilman Harrison's point. Where is Commander Johnson, and is he back as the commander, or where is he still the head of the gang unit, or who is heading the gang unit? And then also, I know the diversion. You might want to direct a lot of that diversion, those truancy and those tickets used to be handled by CRB, but.
President, through the chair, is that right now there is an administrative disciplinary process going on about a matter. Once that is resolved, then we'll be able to speak to you more pointedly.
Okay. Councilwoman House.
I don't want to share. But yeah, okay. Good morning. No, you didn't, but it's okay. Good morning. So I have, through the chair, to the table here, I just have a question or questions, and I'm just going to use the notice of these 12 juveniles that people talk about, right? So my first question is, was there any a youth assessment done for these juveniles when they were arrested?
To the Chair, Councilwoman House, I'm not quite sure. I know once they're processed into the juvenile detention facility, I know they have their process. I'm not quite sure if that's part of it, so I can't answer that. But if you're asking if the Cleveland Division of Police conducted that assessment, we did not.
Okay. And so I'm going to always go back to a summary of understanding root cause analysis, having a youth assessment, focusing on the prevention assessment, community assessment, residential assessment, in order to have a profile to understand what we are doing and who we're dealing with. My second question is, do we know if the households from the 12 individual juveniles who are arrested, who is actually working with those families?
To the chair, Councilwoman House, not quite sure. And again, I know that there's a process in place. I don't know what the programs are for the juvenile courts, but I know they have processes in place to not only work with the arrested juveniles, but also with their guardians and parents. Again, I don't know the specific programs.
If I may, Councilwoman House, some of what you're describing, just in case your questions are on that line, would be pretrial services through the courts.
Okay, and then my final question along with that is, outside of systems, who within the actual neighborhood where the youth live, like who in the neighborhood actually knows, is contacted to, to be aware of the incident or the issue with the juveniles?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Like the neighborhood, somebody, the council person. Just say, does the council person actually know this is a person who has committed specific issues? Is there that type of connection that's going on within our system?
Well, so do you mean like what wards that they committed criminal activity in? So these,
where they come from? No, not where it happened.
Oh,
We know where
okay.
it happened.
Okay.
I'm talking about for the juveniles who have been identified of causing an issue. Has the council person known, like, there's an awareness that this is the issue that's causing it, potentially, allegedly, in your community?
So generally, when police make an arrest, they don't notify the council person when they make an arrest that this person was arrested and lived in your ward. That wouldn't be the Division of Police or Public Safety.
So the reason why I bring up these questions is because, again, we are going around and round and round. One of the things that we've talked about, all of the things, and when you think through having a community-wide approach, the people who live closest, probably, we have to have a better system of engagement and family supports. It is not there. We are just not, there's a huge disconnect, right? I've consistently asked about kind of like a root cause analysis report. I have not received it. I don't know where it is. You cannot find it online. So one of the things that I am going to put forth, Councilman or Chair, is that we require our public safety department to do a youth assessment for all juveniles that we arrest. So we don't have to worry about anybody else. We are doing it ourselves. We get it done, and we build up an annual report, or however we need to do the report, to begin to better identify where and places and stuff, and just be able to make awareness to our community what we are dealing with in terms of it. And we can think about who and the why, but at this point, it is just not getting done, and the information is not. So I will ask to the safety director, do you think that is doable?
Councilwoman, to be frank, I don't. I don't think that it'd be doable from the Division of Police, because that's not the nature of the Division of Police. The police officers don't provide social services. Like an entity for that would be more appropriate if it came from the county, or an assessment through the courts, through the pretrial services. But that is not something that the Division of Police, the Department of Public Safety is built to do.
So again, usually when it's the assessment is questions, right? You're going through a series of questions and answering questions. That's what the assessment tools are.
But the questions and answers that we would obtain from those folks would be used potentially at trial to obtain a conviction. That's why I'm saying that it wouldn't be appropriate for the Division of Police to do that.
You said potentially. I'm not, again, from this perspective, whatever the courts do is what the courts do. I'm thinking through it from an analysis perspective for the city of Cleveland to be better positioned to understand what are the challenges happening within our community for the purposes of being able to better develop resources and supports for families, so that we can really work to decrease many of the actions and the negative actions and the elements. So like I said, if the courts decide to use X, Y, and Z, but that's not the purpose, again, from my vain point, because people aren't using. I'm talking about resources that we are using, because it doesn't seem like we're using anything right now.
Well, so, if I go back to, so I'm going to do two things, is, you know, by the nature and the operation of the Division of Police, it's not, police is not an appropriate entity to do that. We would communicate with the folks who do that. I would ask Chief Pryor Jones, Youth and Family Success, to chime in on it, to see, on it from an evaluation perspective, if it's better done in a different shop.
Well, I would, and this is one of the things through the chair to the Director of Public Safety, and I think that's part of the issues of fundamentally. I think all of us have to work to evolving what our jobs are.
No,
Right.
Councilman,
So I'm just being very respectfully. We all have to evolve. How things have started to where they need to be and where it should be going. And again, we're not getting the information. When again, the last time, one of the budget cycles, when I asked, the court isn't doing it, the police aren't doing it, no one is actually doing the work. The information is not available, accessible anywhere. Somebody has to begin to do this work.
well, Councilman, before I go to Sergeant Pryor Jones, I will tell you that what you're describing is being done, right? And it's being done in the sense of there's, you know, again, especially with the juvenile court pre-sentencing investigation, pretrial services investigations, you have social services through the county. It's just if we're looking at what's being described is adding another task on to police who, you know, is generally being asked to do things that don't fall with their bailiwick. You know, anyway, it's overextending. But there are folks who are better equipped to do that. I'll see if Sergeant Pryor Jones, Chief Jones, has anything to add.
Chief, do you have any interaction with juvenile court at all? Because that, I think all of us are in the opinion, it's broken over there, but what's your thoughts?
Through the chair to my colleague and Councilwoman House, I would say this isn't work that we've been doing. However, we would be happy with our social work team to explore what might make the most sense between public safety, and in a conversation with the councilwoman, I would say we may want to even consider, as we're doing the work around co-responder and crisis care, that we could think about it as a part of that space as well.
So the reason why I'm saying it, because again, we have to begin to do the work. And I hear what you're saying. The information is not available for us to better understand how we should make smarter investments to curb the tide. The information is not available. So, Mr. Chairman, I know this is what I'm going to do, and I'll figure out who, we'll do the research, but this is something on short order that I'm going to do. We have to stop. Like, we have to change our behaviors to actually getting to a place where we are getting the information, understanding the people. So that's the first thing on an analysis point. The second thing is on a connection. So do we have any neighborhood teams that go out, in this case, like I said, with the 12 juveniles, that we actually have community members that can be a support for this family? Do we have, or do we know of anything like that? Can anybody answer?
Director Woodson, would you care to comment?
To the chair, to the councilwoman, we do have teams available within our department, but I wanted to piggyback on a little bit about your questions about juvenile court and the actual youth. If they are placed by a magistrate, of course, as I've shared before with this body, in juvenile, if they've never faced, and of course, if it's nonviolent, they're placed in our youth diversion program. So we do have those numbers. We do have that interaction with juvenile court. We'll be happy to share the information of who our contacts are, because we're sure there's probably another division within the juvenile court body that makes these assessments that you're addressing right now.
Okay, so with that, one of the things that I've realized or I've read is that NAMI Ohio it's called a family peer support training, or specialists or things of that nature. And I would like to put forth that we actually work to get these neighborhood peer support specialists in each of our neighborhoods. This is a specific program, or I would say a system, where individuals who have been caregivers for those that are involved. And this is involved whether it's behavioral health, juvenile justice, any substance abuse, are kind of team leads to help be supporting of their neighbors, right? This can be volunteer, this can be a paid thing, but in many of our communities, we do not have the capacity to support families the way we need to do. And I really think that we have to have a better connecting point to when juveniles in particular, because that's what we've been talking about, are causing offense, that there is in short order a group of people that can make a connection to families to support them day in and day out. Like the big mamas, the big daddies, the aunties, the uncles, the big brothers, big sisters, and really building those supports in our neighborhoods. We know we have fallen away from that, but we have to actually have some organized efforts in order to get that back and to and at least try to facilitate it for those who want it. So that is that. And along with that, there's also what is it called? It is called the Sources of Strength Ohio. This is specifically it's a collection of coaches, adult advisors, and youth leaders. These are resources that are available through the state of Ohio, specifically centering young people to help, direct to be solution-oriented for their community. I think we can bring the family support specialist team with this Sources of Strength group together in neighborhood and being able to better respond to support families. And then the third thing was on responsibility. I know that I believe it was Councilman Starr has been looking into, and myself have been looking into how do we actually hold parents accountable for the havoc that their children are doing. Specifically, looking into some civil penalties, because again, it's one thing to tell somebody you need to do better when they don't have any place to go. They don't have people to support them, and so. To try to look at legislation to actually do civil penalties for families, because the havoc and the lack of accountability for when people are not doing right, we just are not doing well. So those are just my suggestions. These are my thoughts. And in short order, I'll just be putting forth legislation because we're a legislative body and there's no need to continue to go in circles without having some real ways to put forth some meaningful action to engage families and get those, for the community members who are out, hopefully somebody, in your neighborhood, like, hey, I'll be a part of a family support network. We have to start getting community members involved in this work. We're not going to pay our way out of this. And we cannot expect people who are not living on the streets, not living on the blocks, to help save us. No one is coming.
Okay.
This is the team that we have. And so I hope that we can, through a framework of analysis, connection, and responsibility, we can work to better have partnership and support, as well as consequences when those who are not utilizing the supports that we have in our community to get to a better result. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Harsh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the recruiting issue and the numbers in the academy. So I'm basically working off page 5 of the presentation that has the applicants that didn't make it to the academy. Through the chair to Safety Director Howard, you said something that I think is very, very important, because I think it's sort of at the crux of what's bothering me. You said that officers have to know that they have backup. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that in policing, supporting each other is a paramount value. When police officers call for backup, police officers have to be there immediately. They have to support each other. And that when there aren't enough cars on the street, when there aren't enough officers in the area, the potential to let low-level offenses slide so that they can be there for each other should something important happen can cause the amount of policing to go down in terms of volume. You're not going to deal with somebody parking on their front yard if that's going to take a 45-minute, off. If that's going to take you out of your car for 45 minutes, you could potentially miss a call. So I want to get to these numbers because I think that we're severely understaffed and that officers don't have the ability to handle low-level issues because they're concerned about being available to each other at all times, and that's an important thing for them. So through the chair to the director, These 295 people listed here on page 5, and I hope you know what I'm talking about, the Passovers, the no-shows, the removals. Were those 295 people through the chair, were they screened on any level before this stage in the process?
Director, Chief.
I'm on page 5 of the PDF. Applicants that did not make it to the academy June 2022 to present.
So the, I can walk through the process, if you don't mind.
So those 295 people, did they pass any screening before?
I'm trying to find it myself. What page is that again? I'm sorry, to
Yeah,
Chair,
it's
Councilman.
5 of 18. Page number 5 of 18.
So we have.
And as a matter of fact, could we put it up on the screen, because I think this is really important.
It's not this particular.
Yeah. No, I don't think it was this one. Yeah, it is. Wait, hang on.
Good.
Yeah, it's this one. Go up to page 5. Up, up, up,
No, it's not.
up, up.
The page 5 for us. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, right there, right there. Okay, great. There it is. I think Chairman Polensky said that's 295, and I think I double-checked that the math is correct. So those 295 people, did they pass any level of screening before those outcomes?
So the screening begins at the civil service process, Councilman, through the chair, is that when these folks apply, they are removed at the civil service process, again, for a number of reasons. Incomplete application, failure to provide required documentation, didn't meet minimum qualifications. So that's the first level.
Okay, and
of
so through
screening.
the chair to the director, how many people applied and did not make it to this level?
I'd have to ask that of civil service, Councilman, through the chair, because when we get our certified list, civil service has already filtered some folks through. So I'd have to get that number from civil service.
So civil service removes a tier of people who fail to apply correctly, whatever went wrong, and these are the 295 they gave to you.
So, give me 1 second, Councilman.
So
For these folks here, Councilman, if I may run through the list, if you don't mind, is that you have the 13 who were made an offer, and they declined the offer. So these are the folks who, made it through the whole process, were selected to join the Division of Police, and they declined the offer. That's
Okay, but this says did not make it to the academy.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. So we make the conditional offer to someone to say, come on, join the Division of Police.
Okay.
You've been selected. 13 declined the offer.
So my question through the chair to the director, before being invited to the academy, they have to take the physical.
Yes.
Okay, and before being invited to the academy, they had to take a psych test, and a history test, and a medical test.
We do the psychological evaluations happens after they're selected. So
after they're selected for academy.
Yeah. So for example, if 500 people apply, right, rather than having all 500 people receive the psychological evaluation, some of those folks wouldn't make it through the rest of the process. So once they're selected, then they do a psychological assessment.
Okay, and through the chair, what criteria do they have to meet in order to be selected? If it's not a psychological evaluation, if it's not a physical, what is required for them to even be selected to take those tests?
So,
Director?
You can't have a felony, right? A felony offense is an automatic disqualifier. You have to provide the documentation, high school diploma, driver's license. You have to provide.
Fill out the application, no felonies.
Yes. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you would do.
Fill out the application and have no felonies.
Yes. So of course, anyone can fill out the application. Once they fill out the application, civil service does an initial review to make sure that their application is complete, that they meet the minimum qualifications that is put on the civil service posting. Once folks make it through civil service, then we have our police officers that do the background check, the social media check. They have to pass the physical agility test. They reach out to references, behavioral-based interview.
And through the chair, all this happens before they're invited to academy.
This is before the selection process. Yes.
The selection process, you mean the selection of who comes to Academy?
What's referred to as the 1 in 10 process, the director's 1 in 10 process.
Okay. So through the chair, thank you for bringing that up. The 1 in 10 process. So we're passing over 98 people. I don't suppose you're going to show us the 98 people and why you passed them over, but it seems that there are more people applying than we're inviting, and there are more people passing the test than we're inviting. And I'm trying to figure out how we weed people out and determine in the entire wide city of Cleveland there's only 13 people that are eligible to go to Academy, that accept the offer.
And you bring up, and that's been an undercurrent within the body, and you're touching on it again, and I've expressed that to the director and to the chief in the past. We just don't get it.
Well, so
okay,
Chair, we did a full presentation.
Right.
We did do a full presentation on it. It's a whole PowerPoint presentation that walked folks through the entire process about how the process works. We have done that, and of course, be happy to do it again. But when folks apply, I'll give you an example. We had the, and I don't want to use police. I'm going to use something a little bit different. Is we had the Inspector General for Public Safety, a position required under the consent decree. We had folks who applied who were butchers. We had folks who did not meet any of the qualifications at all for that job. That's not uncommon across.
I understand that some
public
people
safety.
have to apply for jobs in order to keep certain. I understand. I was on unemployment once. You have to apply for 3 jobs a week. You apply for things you don't qualify for just to show that you applied for something. I understand there's a lot of people that. But I'm struggling to understand through the chair how we ended up with 13 people out of a region of 1.2 million. And I'm dumbfounded that through the chair to the director,
Yes.
how far back in people's social media history do you look?
We have a company that does Open Online that does the social media searches, and when they find something in the social media, it's flagged, right? And that's not an automatic disqualifier. We go and we look at the social media. The personnel unit picks out the issues that Open Online has found, and based off of that, it's evaluated and it's discussed, right? So sometimes folks will post something that is, again, racist, and we discuss it and we look at it in context, because we don't want to hire racist in the Division of Police. We look at social media, and sometimes there's derogatory comments towards women. Again, we talk about it, we evaluate, we look at it in context. We want to make sure we are hiring the folks with the correct mindset for the division.
I'm curious through the chair because, we live in an era right now where people who are applying for any job probably have a social media history that spans their entire life. Quite possibly goes back to when they're 12, 13, 14 years old. And I'm curious, how far back we're looking because people that do stupid things when they're 12 or 13 on Twitter might not necessarily need to disqualify themselves from work when they're in their early 20s.
I can assure
I'm
you,
just curious how we do that.
I can assure you, we don't go back that far. It's the same thing as folks who have juvenile offenses. It doesn't disqualify them. I haven't had anything that was more than we've had as recent as during the application process, and not as far back as 2 or 3 years. But you have to take in consideration the age of the person. If someone is applying for the Division of Police, and they made a slew of comments or made had questionable content on their social media at 28 or 25,
Right.
that's evaluated.
Through the chair, is there an age cutoff at which you don't look before a certain age? Because sometimes people do learn.
We look at we look at what Open Online flags. And sometimes even our personnel unit will go through and catch some things that perhaps Open Online didn't catch. So we review it. So to answer your question directly, no, there is no time frame or age limitation. The stuff that we have seen is rather recent.
Okay. So I apologize, I'm not a member of this committee, so I wasn't here on the day that you went through the entire hiring process. I would like to see that if you could share that with me, Chair. I'd like to understand this better. I've spoken to a number of people over the years that have questioned the 1 in 10 process and whether or not it just needlessly removes people from the pool, people that are eligible, people that are qualified, people that want to be police officers, people that are trying to serve in law enforcement and are being passed over because of this seemingly arbitrary process. And maybe I'm just struggling to understand it, and it's all perfectly logical and rational, but it seems that there are more people that want to be police officers than we invite. It seems that there are more people eligible than we accept.
If I may, just Councilman, I don't want to let it. It's not arbitrary. We're putting a gun and giving someone a badge that carries significant power, and we have to make sure that the right people are on that. Now, when it's called the director's pick, I don't do the picks, in a bubble. We're in a room with members of the command staff, the personnel unit who has sat down and conducted interviews and spoke with those folks, and we do a thorough review of
I'm
the
sorry,
entire
Chair,
package.
I had myself at 1 minute left, but I understand the great power that is seated with a police officer. Why is it called 1 in 10? Why is it called that?
It's because there's 10 people are kept in a pool at a time, right? So we look at 10 people at a time. Someone is selected to become a police officer. A person is put in to make sure it's 10. So that's why it's called 1 in 10. It's always a pool of 10. We select one.
And are the other 9 qualified at that point?
Not always, no.
So why are they in the pool, through the chair?
Because they made it through the civil service process and got on the certified list. So it's during the 1 in 10 process that we find out that someone has used LSD, PCP. It's during that 1 in 10 process that we find out someone is a misogynist or racist. It's during that process that we learn more about the individual.
So that's just a whittling down. Why? So if you're saying those other 9 aren't qualified, then you're just removing them from the pool. I don't understand why it's called 1 in 10.
No.
To the chair, he's not removing. They're still, I'm sorry, Director.
Wait, I'm sorry,
To
the
chair, they're
people
not
that you
being,
wouldn't consider for work are still left in the pool?
Because they meet the minimum qualifications. These are not folks who, during the one, civil service doesn't look at the.
But they're disqualified. You've already disqualified them. You've said that they cannot be because of drug use or something else.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, through the chair, please.
Okay.
Through the chair, if I could point, just on that point.
What's your point?
On that point, the 1 in 10 process, and I don't want to answer this for them, but I will tell Councilman Hartz that it was voted in by voters. So it was an initiative that was actually put to the ballot. And it used to be 1 in 3. And the way that the process used to go is, after you pick one, you might pick the second choice out of the top 3. Then it would be 1, 2, and 4. And then you would pick out of the 1, 2, and 4. And then if you pick the 4th candidate, then those 2 that's passed over, I think after 3 times, then they would be excluded from the pool. That's a civil service
There
rule.
are always 10
So
people.
but I'm giving the example, make it easier with 1 and 3. And then what we did is the voters moved it to 1 and 10 in order to try to broaden the pool to give more discretion to have, instead of 1 and 3, where you weren't able to have a diverse pool, you moved it to 1 and 10, which now you got pretty much 3 cracks out of a pool in 10 to be able to get seven opportunities to get passed over before you get kicked out. So I think you need to, that's a civil service thing that we need to make sure that the council people know.
But let me just say this. I was here when we did that. It was to, as you indicated, Mr. President, was to broaden the pool and to get more people into the division of police. And it's not happening. There's the problem.
The 1 in 3 process was in place when the division of police was maybe a couple hundred officers. And the 1 in 10 is modernized for the size of the division that it is now. But everyone gets a review. If there are folks on the list who are suitable to be police, they are made police.
Okay. One last question. I apologize, I'm over time, through the chair. I heard it said today that ShotSpotter has been expanded to all 5 districts.
to the chair, Councilman, that's correct.
Through the chair, when did that happen? We voted to expand the square miles in 1 district, not to expand it to all 5 districts.
To the chair, I'm sorry.
We passed that legislation to expand. It was in 3 square miles
In one
the
district.
4th district.
The
And then
4th.
we passed legislation to expand it to encompass a total of 13 square miles.
Correct, but in one district.
No,
To
citywide.
the chair, it's all 5 districts.
So the 13 square miles are spread out over 5 districts?
Yes.
To the chair, Councilman, that's correct.
Okay. And through the chair, do we have a map of where it's deployed? Or, or that was not shared?
Or we can request that, we'll request that because there are questions by some colleagues being saying, why have certain areas been excluded? So we're going to request that map through the
And
staff.
not the location of the antennas or the
No,
sensors.
no,
I know that
no, we're
that's,
asking,
but
there
the
is a map.
general area.
There
where
is a map.
ShotSpotter works.
Yes. I was just going to add that we meet with members of council who request it and show them pointedly where these things are in detail.
And since I'm already hogging time, Mr. Chair, my wife is a public school teacher. In Cuyahoga County, teachers clamor to get into CMSD because it is the highest paying job in education. It's got the best benefits, and teachers want to work in the hardest environment in Cuyahoga County because we pay the best. It seems in policing we're the exact opposite. It seems like we were one of the lowest paid police departments, and we're still the hardest place to do good police work. We don't have a problem recruiting teachers in the city of Cleveland, even though we have the most challenging teaching environment. We have an incredible problem in recruiting police officers in the city of Cleveland, even though we're the most challenging policing environment, and that has a lot to do with salary. And I think that we have to address this issue. It's the elephant in the room. We cannot expect the best and brightest and people to clamor to get into Cleveland if we're paying the lowest.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Yes, and then Councilman Gray is the last one up.
No, I just wanted to say that the salary for police is very important to, through the chair to Mayor Bibb, myself, and the chief, and that's why we did the 11% increase, and that's why we're working on negotiating the academy salary so that we can attract people with competitive wages.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gray.
Thank you. Thank you for everyone's patience. It's been a long day. Just have a few questions. Thank you, Chair. I want to stay on the ShotSpotter. Pertaining to the questions that was asked earlier by my colleagues. Since we have, since we're understaffed with police officers, how well is the ShotSpotter is doing pertaining to the officers getting to the incident in 3 minutes prior to understaffing of the police department?
So we had ShotSpotter. I don't know if you were here when we had ShotSpotter
up
up.
there? I know.
Show it up on the screen again. There we go.
But is that accurate?
To the chair, to the council.
Is there an average response?
To the chief?
Can you repeat the question? I wasn't clear on the
Go ahead.
question.
I'm saying that because we're understaffed with police officers, and the ShotSpotter is supposed to be subjected to get to the incidents quicker, but you have an understaff of police officers. I'm just asking, is that accurate, due to the understaff of police officers? Chair, to the chief.
Yes.
To the chair, to the council member, the information we have that you're viewing right now is accurate. When the ShotSpotter alert comes into our dispatch center as well as our patrol officers, they get the alert in their cars. They respond to that particular location. It's a very close proximity, or really close, and they, if they don't find a victim, then part of their responsibility, part of our policy is for them to get out their cars, look for shell casings, and also knock on doors and talk to neighbors and see if they actually heard anything or saw anything. That's part of that number that you see up there where it says 1,298 community canvas events. That's because of the ShotSpotter alert. The officers respond there. They didn't find a victim, but they did get the alerts that they actually get out, canvas, again, trying to find shell casings as well. It's engaging with the community.
Okay. Thank you for that. But I only asked that question is because so many of the residents in the ward that I'm a council in call me from time to time and say that sometimes the police officer doesn't even show up due to shots that has been fired. and they trying to understand, do they only show up if a person is shot or killed, and or do they show up, if the shots are just being heard and not show up? So that's why I asked the question.
Sure.
Chief, to the chair, to the chief.
To the chair, to our council member, we respond to all calls we receive. Now, if somebody or someone's complaining that our officers did not show up, that's something we'd like to know so we can conduct an investigation to see why that happened. What we find a lot of times is that the officers do respond. Accordingly, might not have been in a timely fashion that some folks expect, but we know that we respond to those particular calls for service. The reasons why we implemented ShotSpotter was because we were not receiving the calls for shots fired from the community. Again, if you look at the slide up there, you look at we have 87% of the alerts were not called into the police division. But however, we're still responding to those particular areas because of the ShotSpot notification. So if we receive a call, we're going to respond. If we don't respond or it's alleged that we don't respond, we'd like to know so we can investigate and see why a car did not respond.
Okay, thank you. I'll pass that along to my constituents. And the second question pertaining to the statistics here, just to a notation, it shows here that the statistic of crime and felonies and homicides and so on, and burglary per se, when we see the 2022 and the 2023, and we have like all the district, but we have maybe 4 or 5 wards under that district, and we see the percentage of the number showing within all wards. That's a combination of all the wards that's in that district and not a breakdown.
To the chair, that's correct. The information that you're seeing on the graphs there includes all the crimes, at least the categories that you're seeing there in the slides, includes all the wards within that respective district. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. A couple more questions, Chair. I just want to make just a comment. We have quite from my office, I have like the county commissioner, Ms. Turner. I have Representative Brewer, and I also have the Congresswoman Chantel. I get their staffers calling my office more often than than usual. Of constituents calling their office. And then they calling my office complaining about incidents that's happening in the ward, per se. And I know probably the other councils are getting those calls, too. So that shows you how spread wide the concern is with the incidents that's happened in our, like in the city of Cleveland, just from their offices and their staffers alone. So we definitely need to collaborate in some type of way to find a way to help our communities in the city of Cleveland, just to show that we need to get more people. And I know we're talking all the time, and this is not enough for the constituents per se, but if we understand how to communicate, how to build a relationship, how to collaborate with the right information, and then get out in the community and actually go into these specific, because I heard what Director and Chief Drummer, what you guys had said earlier. We need to, with the, with this Brittany, report, because I had it printed out from after May of this year. It's kind of thick, and how we get these reports every day. It shows the different incidents that's been happening with families, per se. And my question is, also with Chief Sonia, how can we direct these problems to the families that have the problems of these children, or I'm not saying like grown people, they have problems too, but how can we go into the homes of these young teens to find the reason why they're out here on the streets doing the crime, those specific families per se? How can we collaborate and work with that, as well as, working with community relations that's already doing the job, because they come in Ward 4 and assist me quite a bit. I think we need to come up with a better type of plan to specifically go into the homes of the families of the teens that doing this crime, per se, of the older adults that we need to work with in a different way. Chief, to
the chair, I'm going to have Chief Pryor Jones respond to that. But you had mentioned before, to the chair, Councilwoman, about collaborations and partnerships and so forth, and getting out to the community, which is really a good point. And I believe we do that with our district commanders who collaborate with the community. They have the district community relations committees, as you're aware. That's held monthly in each of the 5 neighborhood districts with the commander, co-chairs, so obviously a civilian co-chair in the community there, again, to share information and collaborate, with the mayor. Going out, the mayor has several community walks, getting out in the community, collaborating, talking with, face-to-face with folks in the communities and so forth, and then finding out information from the community, working collaboratively with the community to engage, and then strategically deal with those particular areas, and work with the community members to take care of those particular issues. So we're doing that. We're trying to collaborate. We can also do better. There's no question about it. But as far as your second part, Chief Pryor Jones, I'm sure, can elaborate a little bit more.
Chief?
Through the chair to Councilwoman Gray. Councilwoman Gray, which report, can you reference that report again that you were reading?
Well, this is the report from June 1st to current, that show, that we get, that show all the fatal shootings, the robberies, the killings, the chasing, everything.
You're talking revenue. Correct.
Yes. However, sorry.
Thank you.
However, when we get these reports, it specifically explains sometimes of the incident of that person where they live. So why haven't we gotten people that's in those positions, those expertise positions, that they went to college, they had the training, they did the workforce? Why can't we direct those, that energy to that specific family, knowing that that child did this incident and got arrested? Go to that household like we used to do when we had a village, go and find out the parenting skills and style of that family, and why that family haven't given that child the nurturing a care for that child not to do what they did, because there are many, many more kids in this world that's living a healthy, beautiful, great life. And now we're just targeting on the bad kids. So you got all these people that's in this position that's supposed to be helping these kids who's out here who have not gotten the understanding and the care and the family nurture for them to not to go in that direction. So my question is, as a council, and also as a mother and a grandmother, and I have been out here boots on the ground, and specifically, I didn't have families called and asked me to come to their homes to give them the resources and the assistance that they need. However, because I'm a parent and a grandmother, that is not my expertise to go into someone's home and give them that information, because I can trigger something, knowing that that's not something I was initially trained for per se, even though I'm a parent and a grandparent. However, just having these specific parents asking for help because they need to learn how to raise their children better. They are looking for that help. And since we sit at this table and we have invested into these different programs, and and the conversation is constantly saying that we're going to do this has been done, and this going to continue when and where that these families need this help urgently to get that assistance, and they haven't gotten it, because I'm boots on the ground. And my heart goes out to these families that need this help. We have autistic kids, we have ADHD kids. I have met them. And personally, I don't even know where to give them the right number, because I don't want these kids separated from the families, per se. So I make a conscious decision not to call certain entities, because I don't want the kids separated from the families. But these mothers who are single mothers with no father in the home, with no fathers in the home, where are these people that need to help these families in the home first, to teach them how to be the best parent, to have the best kids raised as we per se have raised our children, and we know our children are good kids because they have prospered. But these families are everywhere, and there's no way that this system does not know how to go in and help these families, to help their children not to be on this report.
Okay.
Not to be on this report, and they're here. So my question is, how can you guys collaborate in a better way to help these families, to go into these families' home when these kids go to jail? Why can't somebody be sent to that family home to say, what are you doing and how much help do you need so I can help your child in jail? That's the disconnect that I see.
So, Councilwoman,
Okay, briefly. Go ahead.
through the chair to Councilwoman Gray, a couple of things I can share with you. First and foremost, if any council member here is meeting with, talking to, hearing from residents that live in your wards, and they need support around system navigation, around a particular issue, you have someone assigned to your ward and our support specialists that can help people navigate the system. I know we talk a lot here about the investment being made in social services here at the city, but the traditional role of social services, when we think about going into homes and long-term case management, care, and social work, happens at the county level. Now, there is more that is happening in this new administration to deepen partnerships with the county. So if and when you might call, one of our support specialists might go, they might help someone start a process, walk them through the process. They also make contact directly with their county colleagues to continue to facilitate whatever they need to do for those given families or individuals. So that's one resource and one thing that we're doing. The other way is, and Director Woodson can speak more to this, there are programs through CRB that focus on system-involved youth. And so Director Woodson has her team that's working with that group. There are some dollars that come from PIO to support her and her team with that work. And then we also have our social support specialists who have the social work backgrounds working with her team and those specific families that they've identified. I think another important thing to talk about is we know that we need to do a lot more coordination of services, not just here at the city, but also with county, also with a lot of the nonprofits that serve families and children. And in fact, during the design process around the Mayor's Children's Cabinet effort, parents and kids told us directly that often they're looking for seeking services and they get the runaround, right? Before they can get one or two things addressed they're kind of pushed off from one agency to another with no real help. And so that's why the work of the support specialist is so important, and why we did bring a ARPA request to council for the cabinet, but that one wasn't approved, right? But we are still moving that work ahead and learning from all of the research how we can better coordinate services.
But there was questions about that within the body, and
It's-
that's why that was not passed by that committee.
And if I may, through the chair to Councilwoman Gray and the rest of council, the other thing I would elevate for you is we also know that there is a lot that the school district staff members on the front line and other partners can do with us to better coordinate services and support these families. So on August 15th, as an output of the safety coordinating body between the city and the school district, we are hosting a cross-partner training for all of those frontline people so that they can be better connected and better understand the shared needs of families like the ones you're talking about so that we can better service them.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Yes,
one more
we can wrap it up.
And I appreciate that, Chief and Chair, and I also appreciate Ms. Woodson department, because they are in the community, boots on the ground, working with me in a lot of different ways to assist a lot of the crime activity that Ms. Woodson, Director Woodson, does it on her level. So I get that assistance 100% from relations department, with no doubt. However, it's just knowing and seeing the effects that has been going on, and it's more than the notion that any of us can really stop it, but we want to decrease it because we know crime is evident, mostly all over the world, and per se, in some areas in the world, they don't have this type of crime. But however, we're talking about what's going on now, and I see it more now than ever because I am boots on the ground talking to people, and they call in my office like I'm the police department. And I tell them I'm not the police department. I'm not going to get shot or killed because something going on. I can't come to your house. That's what the police are for. However, I just want to give kudos to Commander Brown in Ward 4, 4th District. He is a hands-on commander. You can call him, email him. He send his crew out. He'll get the right sergeant or commander with his crew. He goes to the incident, and it takes a little while, but it's deceased. I had to get him kudos last night at Mayor's Night Out and stuff, and he has done wonders with a lot of incidents that's going on with 4. However, I just want to say this again. Even though we got all the people in these great positions and have these expertise to get out here and do the work, it's just imaginable that I don't see them out there. As so many families are dependent on the councils to come in to take care of their family's household. They don't even know if they know who to reach out. They haven't got the help that they should, and they reaching out to councils to, for the assistance. So I'm just saying that we need to figure out a way to collaborate even more to help these families with these young kids out of control. They out of control, but they need help too at the same time. So I'm just willing to see what else I can learn from your departments so I can give them the number so they can call, so they don't have to be afraid to be separated from their kids, and they just need better assistance.
Okay. Thank you, Councilor. Maybe we're going to, and again, I want to thank everybody. I know a lot of things are going on today. I appreciate everyone that's here. Maybe we need to figure out, sit down with juvenile court with you two fine ladies, because that's where I see as a major problem. I'm getting calls from people in juvenile court that they don't have enough staff. The staff is overworked. They have capacity to hold more of the juveniles involved in violent offenses, but they can't because they don't have the staff. So the process is totally getting more engaged. But a couple questions here and comments. And again, so we're going to
we're going to touch base with juvenile court. The council president just asked, how many officers, is not the issue of chase, how many officers have been disciplined in 2022 and in 2023 for chases? Well, we're going to officially ask for that information. Okay, that was as a request of the council president. As of right now, so there's no confusion here at the table, we are approaching now 1920 levels in the Division of Police. We're below, we were at 1923, we're approaching 1920 levels in the Division of Police, so we're very much aware of the dire straits that we are in here as it pertains to deployment. We're going to continue to drill down, Chief, so you're just aware of it. We're going to drill down on the issue of the curfew charges, the issue with curfew violations, and also to the director, the whole issue with the nuisance violations, because we believe these are two areas that need to be addressed more aggressively, nuisance and juvenile nighttime curfew. Again, I want to thank Chief of Staff Server for being here on behalf of the governor's office, and I'm looking forward to the Ohio Highway Patrol being in town and working with the Division of Police and working with City Council, the Mayor's office, the Council President's office, my own. We want to see, I'm going to be very blunt as the Council President, we want to see aggressive enforcement in this city. What we're experiencing is outrageous, and every council member can attribute to what their own experiences have been. We've got many challenges before us, and I am determined, can only speak for myself, I am determined to get these violent offenders off my street. I'm not living like this, and I don't expect my citizens to live like this. And what we experienced again the last month in the 5th District has been outrageous. Is there a Julie O'Boyle here still in attendance? I think she had to leave, but she was here to express her concerns about West 6th Street and issues with safety concerns and violence in the downtown area. But unfortunately, she had to leave. And again, so without any further ado,
Chair,
yes,
if I may.
Yes, Director.
I just wanted to just say some things in closing and bring some awareness to the faces up there, is that, you know, the commitment to everybody here is crystal clear to public safety. We have been doing several things already, and we formalized the plan, the RISE initiative, which everyone should be aware of now, and that it's incumbent on all of us to be consistent with sharing that plan. You know, just some important stakeholder groups that have come up is that we want to thank Bobby George for his commitment in helping with the mass shooting that we had on West 6th Street. We get tips from residents. That's a very important piece, and that led to the arrest of 12 of the 12 juveniles. And we have a continued and constant influx of citizens calling us and letting us know what is going on their street real time. The chief and the commanders, they respond in kind to that. Getting more crucial buy-in from everybody, the community, from council, advocating our participation in public safety is absolutely crucial. We need residents to register their cameras. It's free. It takes less than 60 seconds. The QR code is on there on the screen, and it can be done online. We're calling on businesses to integrate their cameras as well. Fusus is going to be a significant tool for the Division of Police in making the city safer. We also want to encourage all of Cleveland. If you see something, say something. Call 911. Use the non-emergency line. Use Crime Stoppers. We're asking that council, share that in the newsletters. Advocate for citizens signing on to Fusus in your newsletters, on social media, at your community meetings as well. I know that the chief and I and everyone from Public Safety Admin, Division of Police would be happy to come to your meetings to speak to your constituents directly. This is really important information to get out. The RISE initiative is a plan that will result in a safer city through collaboration with our partners. We're looking for the union to do their part as we engage in these negotiations. This is really an all-hands-on approach. public safety is everyone's responsibility, and I just want to reiterate that the Division of Police is a reactive, responsive entity. We're responding when things have gone so wrong that they have to be called. And we know, and we've heard it here at council, we know that there are families that need services, and we don't agree. I don't think anyone would agree that families who need services should receive services, and it should be received by the appropriate folks. But please share the RISE initiative with the community. Please share the see something, say something. Please encourage your citizens to call 911, the non-emergency line, and Crime Stoppers, and advocate for businesses and citizens signing on to FUSIS. Thank you.
Yeah, we also ask that you put in your magazines or whatever you have in your respective, or that the RISE initiative. Please put that in there as well. And the RISE initiative is really important for our retention as well as our recruitment. And also, I want to say before we end, and I'll be very brief, is that I just want to make sure that I say thank you for the men and women in Division of Police for their hard work, dedication, and tireless work. Okay.
We are always, Chief, the Director, again, the Chief and the Director that is here, and again, head of the Ohio Public Safety, we are all appreciative of the men and women in blue and people in law enforcement. They are, as I've said repeatedly, they are the thin blue line that protect us. I say to our citizens, I say in my own neighborhood constantly, support our men and women in blue. Why some people want to vilify the police is beyond me. I don't understand it, but the fact that it's happened. We're here to support law enforcement. We're here to take back the streets. We're looking for our partners to be with us, not only those that are here at the table, but those who are not here. We should be a manageable city. We're under 400,000. We should be a manageable city as it pertains to crime and violence in our communities. And we've got to figure out how to collectively come together and address that, because if not, people are going to continue to talk with their feet, go elsewhere, and we're not going to have investment. And as has been pointed out at this table, the state of Ohio's main source of revenue is out of the urban areas in this state. It's out of the cities. It's out of the major counties. That's where the state's revenue comes from. So the more people who disengage, move out, don't invest, not only does it hurt us, but it hurts the state's bottom line as well. So we're here collectively working together. I can tell you I'm frustrated. What I've dealt with the last couple months, last month specifically, and I'm looking for resolution, and the county has got to be a player with this. The county, I want to say this again, the city does not provide social services. That's the county. And when I get those calls from people who work in a juvenile justice center who tell me it's broken, Councilman, it's broken, it's not working, we're just cranking them out, we're just cranking them out. And I hear that from your people. We're arresting the same people. We're arresting the same kids constantly. They're being put back out on the street. We've got to find out what's wrong in their lives, what's happening here, because if not, things are not going to get better. So on that note, I want to thank again everyone who came to the table. Stay safe and be healthy. Thank you. Committee's adjourned.